Hey, Jesus, what's going on? Jesus. Hey, Lara, what's going on? Oh. Says you. I'm doing well. I'm just doing a new class of character again. Yeah, well, how's life going for you? Hello. It's beautiful. Sorry, I'm Brazilian. That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. What kind of VR headset did you get? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. What are you referring to? Are you talking about the TikTok, the YouTube membership thing? Is that what you're talking about? It's okay. Do your thing. You're very happy. Why so happy though? Just. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, okay. Sorry, I work every day, so. That's gonna be a lot better once I refined it. Hopefully. I have plans for this one. I just gotta refine it the way I want. And what is that problem? I want you. Wait, so your membership? Are you talking about the YouTube thing? Okay, when my mods get in, they'll show you, because I can't step by you on stream. Hello. Hello. What's up, Christ? What's going on, bro? Another class. Like the last one. It's working. I'm trying to. Okay, maybe it was. Okay. Oh, you want me to become a student? Clips to your paint. If you want, it's in the right, left. No, right bottom corner. It looks like a purse or something. Asher Lewis. I think someone asked, is this goon art? No, it's not goon art. We're doing a character design. I don't do that type of stuff. Oh, okay. Want to be a plus here? Okay. You can be a, okay. So once you got that fixed, right? Once you get that fixed or whatever you're doing, you're officially a student and you can ask any question you want. I'll try to answer it to the best of my abilities. I've just been on chess and live stream. Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. That. And then you be our, and then yeah, you can ask any question. You don't have Instagram by any chance, right? I don't like it when people who are actually following the rules of YouTube getting hate, so that's why I'm moderating the chats and reporting hate. Wait, hold up, what? Hold on, let me see. I don't like it when people who are actually following the rules of YouTube getting hate, so that's why I'm moderating the chat and reporting. Like, give me an example. Like, I don't understand how that makes sense. That you used to know. And I can never hope in the nothing. She's not even done. Because them to change your number. Yeah, that's usually the biggest problem for me. When I ever do these sketches, people assume it's some type of insane gooner nonsense when it has to come with a woman. But whenever I draw dudes, we don't have this response. I get like very mildly praised to like insane hate. I don't know, it's funny. Oh, okay, I see the problem. Okay, we'll grab this. Oh, and so do I. I'm like a stranger and I feel so rough. The stood so low. Used to know. I've heard someone who said to someone making a mass thing, and they said, please just stop making art and crafts altogether. It's just so ugly, bro. Just stop making it ugly. Okay. Oh, well, I don't know. Is that even up for, like, reporting? I guess that's... Is that a form of bullying? I guess it is. If anything, they're probably just rage baiting. Usually when people say things like that, they're usually just rage baiting. True, I guess. But you said something about them following the rules and still get hate. Are you talking about the user? The end user? Or are you talking about the streamer? That part threw me off. That was the part that threw me off the most. Okay. Okay. So I get what you're saying. Okay, I get what you're saying. Oh, this is not even close to what I wanted. Delete that part. That's not even close to what I wanted. Okay. This goes like this, right? Okay. Do your thing. Do your thing. I may have to redo this drawing, because this is not what I wanted. This looks broken. Like, it has a lot of problems with it. Yeah, this has issues. We may have to redo this. Yeah, I'm gonna redo this. Just redo it. I'm gonna redo it. It's not capturing the pose I want. Let's do this again. Money stay with you. No, I swear to God. Okay. Okay, it goes like this, and then a curve like here, right? And then we here, right? And then might go. Talk to me. I'll be singing, Hey, Sarah's going on. What's going on? What's going on, Sarah? How's life going? I hope you're having an awesome day. Or night, depending on where you're from. My day's pretty good. Working on this character design, started over on it because I didn't like how it was going. So I decided to do it over again. I hope your day's going well. That's good, that's good. What brings you here today? Ah. You've been here before. You've been here before. You was here yesterday, weren't you? Or no? Thank you. I think the brush is a little too thin, so we need to fix that. Okay. Okay, like that. And now we have to put the fuck is okay. And you know, you should know. Okay. I had a feeling. I recognize someone named Sarah, but I don't know if it's the same person. Because you all have similar sounding names these days. And just to make sure, because a lot of people come with similar sounding names, or they all sound the same. Sometimes they have exactly the same name. Sometimes. I think that's the very reason why YouTube Shorts, especially when you live stream on it, everyone has like these numbers behind their name, so they at least distinguish them. Is it a choice? Is it a choice? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe it was, I don't know. Because everyone was asking me, why does my name have this? So it was like a new update, I guess. Hello. Because like they'd be adding like numbers or letters at the end. Thank you for sub. Going pretty good. I think it's going a little better. Right now we're working on this class I'm working on here. Don't worry, I know it looks kind of wonky, but I'll fix up all the problems with it. I can see the issues with it, but right now I'm just trying to get the idea of what I want here. Hello. Yeah, we're working our way down this time instead of what I did last time. It didn't really work, so I'm trying to do it little by little so we can make it look good. Yep. I have been drawing since I was 6 years old. Oh, thank you, member. You became a member. Let's go. I just now noticed that. I've been drawing since I was 6. I'm 30 now. But I didn't take this job seriously till I was 23, 24. So I was drawing all my life, but I didn't take it seriously. I guess so. Thank you. Hold on. This one's irrational. Okay. I hate it. Okay. Very cool. What's the matter, Sarah? I see those dots over there. You okay? That's gone. Those are the dots. Deepest nights I've ever let myself. Clips to your paint is on the right left hand side. No, right bottom side, where you can get it. And it's not free. And I'll see you in every single person that I meet. And the thought of you with him's enough to leave me weak, and I hate it. Don't know how much I hate it. Hello. What's going on? Hey, Lyra. There you go. You're a member now. I see you there, hon. You're a member. There's like the music in my ear. I would play it, but it's causing too much trouble for me on stream, so. Okay, we got the upper half. No, not really like, not on purpose, but when people pay me to, I do. I've done it before. It's not something I just draw out of nowhere, but if someone pays me, I can draw. Usually in freelance work. I'm cute in the backseat. Movie? I get the Spider-Man movies with Tobey Maguire. I am new to drawing. Any drawing tips? Well, I usually give my drawing tips to my students. Lyra is one of them now. But if you're not willing to be a member, you can always go to my tutorials or so. I can probably help you out. Shoot. Fuck. No back, no doubt. Oh, you know me. Oh, and show me. No problem. No problem. Okay. Okay. Ooh, teacher, he said a bad word. Did I really? No, you know me. In the backseat. There, if you do have a question, and well, hey Navy, what's going on? If you do have a question, please let me know. Or if you have Instagram by any chance, there, or Discord. Really? Okay. Ooh, that's too close. Got up more. Okay. You can follow the Discord if you have questions. You can send me questions from there if you want. Outside the stream, it doesn't have to be on stream. It could be outside the stream. That's it. I guess I'll do it my own way. Yes, we did. I'll do it my way. I'll do this my way. Imagine it all on my mind. So this leg will be the stable. Okay. Hmm? How long is Mr. Pudding? I'm not sure. It's been a long time now. Anything else until my wounds are healed. I will never be anything till I break away from me. Yeah, I don't know how long. It's been a long time. Yeah. A lot longer than he's been a mod too, so I don't know. Yeah, fandom. Hello, how goes it? Everything's on my side. Hello. Was Wishy a thing before I what? Yes. Well, I don't know when you started watching, so I can't even answer that question. What's up, Navy? Okay. Among Us. Among Us. Social dist. Okay, put the arm out here. Okay. What you need to do? Hey, Bri, what's going on, bud? How can I explain it to you? I don't like. You may have to look at some YouTube videos on that, or my Bri, you can get someone to assist her in the Discord if she's having a hard time. How do you draw like that, bro? I mean, like doing my practice here. Like drawing in general, or just the character I'm working on? No, I learned the fundamentals. I have a tutorial explaining this very thing. Hello. Then you're just making them flat-chested then. I'm working on a character design class. Are they trying to get in Discord? Yes. I think they're having trouble trying to verify. I think everyone has this problem. Maybe I gotta make it more easier for people to use it. I don't know. Yeah, that's like mental illness type, like, humor. That shit isn't even funny. I don't see the point. If you go to my shorts, you would probably see All Might by now, but because you're always in here when I'm drawing women, you'll never hear when I'm drawing men. Actually, because I draw this, it brings people like you into the chat. Because you guys don't care for me drawing men. Because when I draw men, you guys are never around. It'd be like dead silent half the time when I'm drawing men. Which is a damn shame, because drawing men is super easy. Yep. It'll be like 40, 50 people in here. And then I'll draw a dude, it'll be like 5 or 10. But you guys don't take the time to type in and check. So. Actually, Larry, can you send me a message if you're having a hard time? You can always just send me a message and I'll guide you through it. After. Later. Yep. Like, listen to Bry. Listen to Bry. He'll help you. Ryuga Sunrise Bry. So, for those who don't know, I'm referring to. If you don't like it, I did. But put a small. I already have an idea what the character's gonna look like. But thanks though. I already answered what you said. Hello. The reason I do that is because most cases when people do that, once you start letting them do that, you can't take credit for it because they're gonna be like, "I helped though." No, I'm a character designer. I know what I'm doing. Like I'm not gonna let that happen because people tend to try to attach themselves to things that they didn't really do. They just suggested. It's different if I ask them, but it's a whole different story when they just suggest out of nowhere. So I just quick to decline it as fast as possible because once you start doing what they ask, especially if they didn't even pay for it, they're gonna feel like they're entitled to the character. So I say no. So then I'll get like a big head about it. It's gonna happen thousands of times. Like at first, I gotta say I'm not gonna take thing, but once you start doing, they're gonna be like they feel like some type of slight against them. So no, I don't bother. It causes issues. Okay. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, the placement here is a problem. So we need to grab the head. It's like, seeing away from you now. Gonna feel so good. Like that. Alright. I'm in. Oh, that's good. You're into the stream. Good. You're into the Discord. It's good. Thank you, Bri. I appreciate it, my dude. Thank you for assisting. I didn't think you like assisting doing that. No problem with this. Mostly Bri did all the work. Usually when people ask me how to do it, it's just I go blank because I know how Discord can be. It's just an annoying thing to deal with half the time. I don't find Discord all that fun to use. Okay, this arm. Okay. I believe the hand's too big, but we'll. Huh? What am I right about? Okay, now we put. Okay. Okay. Bring this. Wait. Okay, this is where a problem comes in. It's kind of similar, but it's not. Oh. Oh, okay. This one. Okay, gotcha. I know what you're talking about now. It's okay. I found another way. Okay. Okay, put the hand. Okay, this is weird. So let me get the arm. This is a weird placement. Maybe it's the breast. So I'm gonna grab this part. About there. Alright. And then get rid of this. Welcome back. Okay. And you know what? Put it back. To the other side. Guess I'll have to do it my own way. Okay. Deep inside, you've been going Hold on. I'm not really sure that's towards me, or are you just saying that out generally? Oh, I seemed a long way from suburban town. Came to this city without. You don't trust. Oh. To the city without. Oh, thank you there. Can I try? Yeah, go. You try the sticker. You try the sticker. Let's go. Double. Beamer. Hello, what's going on? Thank you. I'll have to add new stickers anyway. I've been behind on that one. Came to this city for the fun and now. Okay, like here. Okay, like that. Came to this city for the Oh, thank you, Asher. I appreciate it. The weapon. When you think about the things that are Nope, it's just a classic character. Now coming to me. Nope, nope, nope. Much too much. Much too much. Now coming to me. I got a favorite show all on TV. On the radio. It's just making a classic character like the last one from yesterday. And then when we're done, we're going to go back to the animatic. I'm thinking Hazel. My favorite. Oh, okay. I am doing a class of character design. Okay. Just molding it the way I wanted to. Hey Aaron, what's going on, bro? Aaron Arts Madness. Hey, what's going on? Okay. It's all good, brother. How are you? I'm doing well. Just trying to get this character class done. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. And for you, I realize. Make me more realize knowing the mountain never coming down. We'll find out. Shaking like I was gold, thinking of the fast run. I felt running up the torso, but I didn't care. Waiting is wasting for people like me. This. Playing the fool anymore. What can I do to improve the eyes? I draw it like all mid and the eyes just look ugly. How? Did you send me your work? See, straight away to the point you see. Sour. Big sour face. I'm 30. I don't think you're 97 because no one just comes out saying that. Let me see. I know how to work internet. Let me see. What can I do? Did you send me your work on Discord? And yourself in the end. All right. Let's see. Log in. I don't want to do all that. I'll do it this way. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Did you send it to me? I don't see it anywhere. What is your name on this shit? I hate Discord. Oh, man, I tell you, bro. Fuck! Okay. I need to get a new chair. This shit is fucking my spine. I can't do it anymore. I'll have to buy a new chair. This chair is just destroyed, bro. Okay, do your thing. Alright. It's like 5 people. Let's stop this here. Stop. Okay, let's go. Found this interesting video the other day. And it's not really technically something I would typically watch, but I found it kind of interesting, the first minute and a half. So it says here how much money my indie game made me after 1 month. So we're going to see what that's about. So I'm going to make it easy for you guys to hear it. Okay.
It's a farming game I'm making where you have some little fellas that manage your farm, similar to and inspired by the golems from Thaumcraft, the Minecraft mod. Anyways, I'd like to cover some stuff leading up to the launch, as well as the month that followed. In terms of marketing the game, my only strategy was to post videos. I ended up posting 132 short-form videos between August of 2024 and 2025. I started posting shorts about 2 weeks after I started development on the game, mainly because I intended on making this game much smaller in a smaller time frame. But After seeing how much people enjoyed it, I just continued to work on it. Combined, they got 1.1
I thought you was in your
million
20s. In your
views through
30s. I
YouTube
was
Shorts,
29
and the
last year.
graph didn't go back far enough, but they got 338,000 views on TikTok, as well as an additional 330,000 impressions on Twitter. So YouTube Shorts was the best by a significant amount. I also posted a couple long-form videos and a trailer for the demo. The demo trailer got 124,000 views, which was extremely surprising since it only had 523 views at the end of day one. I don't know why it performed so well, but it did, which helped the success of the game, so I'll take it. And then the 2 devlogs I made during the month of release got 81,000 views combined, which the month of release was a little crazy. I was trying to post daily videos while also making as much progress as I could on the game itself. I missed posting a few towards the end of the month because I was pouring more and more time into the game's development. But anyways, let's get into some of these money-related numbers. The game got about 28,000 wishlists prior to the launch, with the peak added wishlist being when I put the demo in the February Next Fest, adding 1,500 wishlists in a single day. I launched the game on Steam as early access on the 31st of July. I didn't really want to release the game, but I just hit release and hoped it did well. And it did. It got $5,216 in sales. Then launched it to mobile on August 11th, where it made $346 combined between both iOS and Android's release day. I won't be splitting out the exact numbers because I'm not sure I legally can, but it sold more on Google Play than
Everything
the
I
Apple
learned
App Store.
digitally
And
can be
now
applied
for
to
the total sales between July 31st and August
traditional.
31st. The game
But no, I'm
made a
not in my
whopping
20s, not anymore.
$26,799, which out of that number, I received $17,363.
By this one little game? Holy shit, that's crazy.
After platform cuts, taxes, and refunds. The refund rate for Steam sales is currently 6.5%, and from memory it was about 4-ish% during the month of release, which is much better than the average 10.8% on Steam. To give you the platform split of sales, 16.8% of those net sales were from mobile. I don't get to keep all of that, of course, because of income taxes, but still very good for 1 month. So was it worth it? Yeah, of course. This is only the early access period, and wishlists are still climbing as it makes its way to the full release. The game is now sitting at 31,600 wishlists.
I still don't understand that logic. I don't understand, like, how is it called? It's considered early access, but you're making money off it. I never really understood that shit.
Which is 3.6k higher than when it released 3 months ago. So most likely the full release will be even better. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll have more long-form devlogs soon, so subscribe.
Interesting. Interesting. Huh. That is interesting, nonetheless.
Hello and welcome back to Clownfish TV. It is me, Geeky Sparkles, and it is just me for this video because Neon is elsewhere. So we're going to talk about the big news, which is Netflix officially announces they're getting Warner Brothers. Okay. We did a video about this yesterday, actually. We hadn't had a chance to even put it up last night when this news broke. Because yesterday, there was a lot of stuff going on. Paramount sent a letter to Warner Brothers and wanted to go to their board about the fact that there was allegedly some underhanded shenanigans going on Netflix. And then on top of that, Variety had a bunch of anonymous people, A-list Hollywood celebrities, sending letters to Congress trying to block this because they said it's going to cost a lot of jobs. And then after that, it got announced that Netflix says they're acquiring Warner Brothers. So a lot has changed. And this is our second video about this because it changed so quickly. It was a very fluid situation, and then it became a flood. So before we get into
shit, Netflix has Bugs Bunny, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, the Looney Tunes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. No, they're all gonna be woke. No. Oh fuck. Pepe Le Pew's gone. He's definitely gone. He's in the shadow realm. He ain't coming back. He's in the negative void, the negative space, whatever the fuck you want to call it. No.
Further, please like and subscribe. If you do, I'll give you a woohoo, and we're going to talk about it. So we're going to start with the big news, which is Netflix says they're getting Warner Brothers and the DC Universe for $82.7 billion. Okay, Hollywood's not thrilled about this because, as you know, Netflix isn't really one for theatrical releases. And they make their own stuff, and people are.
Then James Gunn's DCEU is dead. It's dead. It died. It died before it even walked. It walked and died. It died and walked. You think that it's gonna be exactly the same how they had it before when Warner Bros. Was their thing? Nah. Yeah, that shit's gone. That Superman that everyone tend to like a little bit, That's gone too. That I'm pretty sure that's gone. Man, I tell you something. The DC universe can't get a fucking break. It can't get a fucking break, dude. It's over. Like if I was DC at this point, I would just give up. I would just like, fuck this. I'm not doing this. Trying to catch up at Marvel is like almost insane. We should have did the same time as they did at the time, but we didn't because we was jacking off somewhere. Jesus Christ. So sad. So terribly sad. That is horrible.
It's going to cause losses of many, many jobs in Hollywood. So here's an article from Comic Book News, comicbookmovies.com, I'm sorry. So they said it's official. Netflix has announced that it has entered into a definitive agreement with Warner Brothers Discovery to acquire Warner Brothers, including its film and television studios, HBO Max and HBO. The sale, which needs to pass through regulatory process, is valued at $82.7 billion. Equity value is $72 billion. In their press release, it said that the acquisition brings together two pioneering entertainment businesses combining Netflix innovation, global reach, and best-in-class streaming services with Warner Brothers' century-long legacy of world-class storytelling. It was funny because Neon said, well, now Black State makes way more sense if Netflix is buying it. It also specifically highlights franchises like The Big Bang Theory, Sopranos, Game of Thrones, The Wizard of Oz, and the DC Universe, which will join Netflix's extensive portfolio. So there's going to be more IP in their portfolio so they can stream it. You can read the full press release here. Here we can go out to this full press release and see what it says. Here it is. Today, Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery have announced they've entered into a definitive agreement under which Netflix will acquire, we read that, they had the money. The transaction is expected to close after the previously announced separation of Warner Brothers Discovery's global division network, Discovery Global, into a new publicly traded company, which is now expected to be completed in Q3 2026. So I have to wonder, because I believe that Paramount and them were trying to buy all of it. This deal just spins off, the stuff they want into the two companies, which I talked about before, and then they can sell it as a separate company, or, Zaslav and Co can just get to run that and go back to just being Discovery, because Discovery is the one who bought Warner Brothers. And now they're selling it off again a few years later, and going back to basically a division with Discovery Global in it. So it's the same thing as it was pretty much before you bought it. It wasted a bunch of time and money. So now they can sell two companies, or he can keep the one he was in charge of before and go back to being in charge. This acquisition brings together two pioneering entertainment businesses, combining Netflix innovation. We read that already. And here's what Ted Sarandos said. Our mission as always has been to entertain the world by combining Warner Brothers' incredible library of shows and movies, from timeless classics like Casablanca and Citizen Kane to modern favorites like Harry Potter and Friends. With our culture-defying titles like Stranger Things, K-pop Demon Hunters, Squid Game, we'll be able to do it even better. Of course, we had K-pop Demon Hunters and Stranger Things, like we're going to have a short little run in the theater for a couple days, but none of this stuff really goes to theaters, okay? Together, we can give audiences more of what they love and help and define the next century of storytelling. Blah, blah, blah. Here's a CEO of Netflix, Greg Peters. This acquisition will improve our offering and accelerate our business for decades to come. Warner Brothers has helped define the entertainment for more than a century and continues to do so.
I swear to God, I believe an AI wrote this. I don't even think they ask people to write the so-called PR nonsense anymore. I think they just go and have someone write a PR thing and give it to AI to make it even sound better than what the PR can write. Like I'm honestly on that shit. Like it's just, they all sound the same. Like it's not like the first time I've heard someone use that term storytelling all the time. It's fucking stupid.
Phenomenal creative executives, more basically just, a circle jerk here with this. And then we have Zaslav. Today's announcement combines two of the greatest storytelling companies in the world to bring even more people to entertainment they love to watch the most. For more than a century, Warner Brothers has thrilled audiences, captured the world's attention, and shaped the culture.
Oh my God! They
Netflix,
always say the same fucking.
Continue to enjoy the world's most resonant stories for generations to come. Yeah, that's the problem. Hollywood's scared to death because if it's going to Netflix, it could cost lots and lots of jobs. All right. Yeah, they're talking about their strengths and assets and more choice and greater value for consumers.
Kind of pointless to bring that
By
up.
adding the deep film and TV libraries and HBO and HBO Max programming, Netflix members will have even more stuff to watch. Stronger entertainment industry. This acquisition will enhance Netflix's studio capabilities, allowing the company to significantly expand U.S. production capability and continue to grow investment in original content. Original content, not in new movies, not original content, which will create jobs and strengthen the entertainment industry. Okay, what is this about? This is likely about this letter, okay? Anonymous A-listers lobby Congress against Netflix Warner Brother Discovery acquisition. It would hold a noose around the theatrical marketplace. So this article in Variety said a consortium of top industry players has sent an open letter of alarm to Congress, describing a potential economic and institutional meltdown in Hollywood if Netflix succeeds in its efforts to acquire Warner Bros. Discovery. The letter was sent via email to the Congress for both parties on Thursday from an anonymous collective only identifying themselves as concerned feature film producers. I mean, it would probably hold more weight if you put your names on it. The group explained it was leaving the letter unsigned, not out of cowardice, but fear of retaliation, given Netflix's considerable power as a buyer and distributor. Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery declined to comment, but in the press release, they mentioned it about the entertainment industry. So, does it say what they said? The communication outlines 3 areas of concern. Netflix could stand to destroy the theatrical marketplace by escalating or eliminating the amount of time Warner Brothers films would play in theaters before hitting combined Netflix HBO Max streaming platform. I mean, my comment to that is you guys kind of did that already. I mean, you really did. This isn't new. I mean, Warner Brothers did the same thing by putting on HBO. Disney has done it for years. I would say Disney's box office.
Wait, what the fuck? Don't they play Warner Brother like shit like Disney? What do you call it? Superman and Batman shit on HBO. Why is it going on Netflix? Shouldn't HBO have, I don't know, fucking.
Of his failures can directly be attributed to their own insistence on putting it on streaming earlier because they wanted to build their streaming, which still, it's just, if it's profitable, it's not that much profit. It's barely profitable. And a lot of it seems to be ESPN. They said that they told Variety that Netflix's current proposal for Warner Brothers would have a theatrical window as thin as 2 weeks of exclusivity before moving to streaming. That sounds right, because Netflix doesn't seem to like to work with theaters. It's very rare for them to do it. K-pop Demon Hunters and now the end of Stranger Things were a little bit of an exception. Another insider familiar with the deal denied this, saying,
just to be clear, I'm drawing a fucking shotgun. I bet you that person who was bitching at me about why are you drawing only women, I only see you draw women, I bet you that motherfucker will not come in here and watch me draw this. I'm drawing a shotgun. I bet you they're not going to sit here and watch me draw a shotgun. I bet you anything they will not sit here and watch it. They're probably not even watching it right now. They're not going to watch this. So when they ask me that stupid question of why you always draw women? Why do you think? Think really hard. Think very hard why. Sex sells. I don't have to draw anything actually sexy. I just need to draw the damn woman. That's all I need to do. We're at the point where if a woman exists, that's just good enough for most people. And if she's pretty, that's even better for most people. If she's doing anything close to scanty, that's the cherry on top. So I don't know why the fuck that's such a problem for most people when they see me draw a woman. It's very weird to me.
In the period to be longer. Rival bidders Comcast and Paramount both have robust theatrical distribution outlets. Paramount has specifically pledged to keep Warner Brothers operating as a standalone business that will make a minimum of 14 films per theater per year. They argued that Netflix would effectively hold a noose around the theatrical marketplace with what they assert would be enough market influence to reduce the footprint of theatrical movies and force down subsequent licensing fees paid in post-theatrical windows. So they're worried about licensing fees. It also references the many times Ted Sarantos and the CEO of Netflix, co-CEO, has extolled that Netflix business model has nothing to do with movie theaters. He said driving folks to theaters is just not our business. And to be fair, when you're reading their letter, it seems like that's what they're saying as well in their press release. They conclude by urging members of the House and Senate to speak out publicly against the acquisition and afford the potential deal the highest level of antitrust scrutiny. Okay, they said millions of jobs are probably up for possible removal or disappearance. So they're saying they're back to the press release. They're saying the opposite. They're like, oh, it's going to create jobs. They're saying it's more opportunities. So everything that this letter that was sent out said, they're basically quickly put this thing together to say no, that's not what's going on. By uniting Netflix's member experience and global reach with Warner Brothers' renowned franchises, the company will create greater value for talent, offering more opportunities to work with beloved IP, tell new stories, and connect with a wider audience than ever before. Connect with a wider audience through Netflix's streaming, not theaters. It's going to have more value for shareholders. By offering members a wider selection of quality series and films, Netflix expects to attract and retain more members, drive more engagement, and generate incremental revenue and operating income. The company also expects to realize at least $2 to $3 billion of cost savings per year. By the third year, it expects the transaction to be whatever earnings per year, whatever. That's financial talk. But what's going on is they're using it to drive subscribers. That's what they're saying they're using it for.
Wow.
They're using it to, attract more subscribers. They're not saying they're using it to
anyone really surprised by this?
Theater. So yes, this does sound like the letter that the people sent to, the Congress and stuff is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Under the agreement, each Warner Brothers shareholder received $23.25 in cash and $4.50 in shares of Netflix common stock for each share of Warner Brothers Discovery common stock. This is like shareholder information. But basically, the deal is coming out to be quite a bit of money. They're $82.7 billion. Now, I mentioned earlier about Paramount, and they were complaining and sent a letter too. Now, that happened yesterday, and that's what we did our original video on that we don't have. And what happened there was Paramount sent a letter to Warner Brothers Discovery and said they wanted their shareholders and their board and stuff to know about it. That basically they alleged that there were some secret meetings going on
really?
in Germany or the EU somewhere, and that there was comments made that basically seemed to indicate that Netflix was kind of having a little edge and had a little side thing going on with them. They were kind of indicating that in the letter. I can find that letter. Hold on one second. It was on CNBC right here. If you go down here, they have the letter down here, and there are some accusations made. They said that Warner Brothers Discovery abandoned the semblance of reality of fair trade or fair transaction process, abdicating its duties to stockholders, and embarked on a myopic process with a predetermined outcome that favors a single bidder. I mean, ultimately, somebody's going to win. That just is what it is. But apparently, the U.S. and foreign media have been saying that Netflix was going to win. And the truth of the situation is, when you're seeing it in the media that Netflix won, it does definitely sway, opinion both publicly and potentially for the people that would make the decision or the shareholders that would be reading the news that don't really, have not the board, not right there making decisions. So they said that this German newspaper, Handelsblatt, recently reported in a meeting. It took place in Brussels. The president of Warner Bros. Discovery's international business and direct report for Zaslav arrived with a 3-person team in the EU. Commissioner Vice President Henna Virkkunen, they discussed the potential merger prospects for Warner Bros. Discovery. In the conversation, the article reports that concerns were raised that the Ellison family's planned acquisition of Warner Bros. Discovery could lead to excessive media concentration, says Netflix. But Netflix, I would argue, is a lot of media concentration as well. I mean, in any of these potential contenders, the only one that you probably could argue would be the one that wasn't a monopoly would have been Netflix, because they don't have a lot of theatrical. So if they were keeping the theatrical, they probably could successfully argue that they're trying to get into theatrical releases. The other companies already have studios with theatrical releases, and they may be able to argue that. But that's not what they're saying in their press release. It's basically like, if you read around it, they keep referring to it as content as if it was going to be on streaming. They aren't talking about theatrical releases, really. They're talking about, streaming content in their press release, which we'll go back to in a minute. But they said,
yeah, I don't care. I don't care anymore. I really don't care. I don't care. I don't give a flying fuck.
It's been a while since we talked about entitled streamers, and that's because foolishly I thought everyone finally got the memo. I spent all my time inseminating my seed into people's minds, getting them to understand that when you want to have this idea in your mind of being a streamer or a content creator, it's important that you walk with a little bit of grace and gratefulness and thankfulness in your body when it comes to it, because you start from zero and over time you gain an audience, you gain people that want to watch you in a live setting for hours or want to watch the videos that you come out with on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, and you should be grateful and thankful for that. The minute you start pushing your luck and talking as if people should always be there 24/7, that's when reality needs to hit you in the face. And once again, here's reality coming to hit somebody in the face. This woman recently has gone viral for a take about people who follow her and not being active in her chats and not really showing up and saying too many things at any different point in time, constantly always being in the chat, being active in the chat. And that take is absolutely fucking terrible, because I don't know if any of you know this, but in a live setting, people have things to do. Yes, they could have your stream on, but they could be working. They could be sitting there just wanting to make sure that they are seeing your stream and not really wanting to talk, because that's a human thing. Sometimes
Yeah, that's a thing. I come to that conclusion. There's sometimes people come to my stream and they don't say a fucking thing. No matter if I ask them to talk, they will not say a damn thing, because they probably just enjoy the atmosphere, or they just want to hear the stuff I'm saying, or they just like the sound of the pen, or whatever the fucking reason is. There's some people who are like that. They like to lurk for the sake of lurking. Some of them just don't want to speak at all. They just want to observe for whatever reason. Sometimes they're trying to just observe to say something insane or point out something that they want to prove to themselves, to the people in the room, or something, some stupid shit, something insane or something stupid or something very minute. So it's like, that's just the reality of things. Not everyone needs to be in the stream to talk.
you don't want to.
That's why I always find it funny when people come into the stream for the first time and it's kind of like quiet for the day, and someone comes in and says, "Am I the only one speaking?" Like, who cares? Like, I always wondered, who the fuck cares if you're the only one there? So it makes no sense.
Type on your phone or type on a keyboard, hey, what's going on here? People just want to relax and watch, and they have other things to do and worry about, so you could potentially be background noise. And that level of selfishness in your mind to speak that out is really disturbing and a little bit selfish. And the take went viral because everybody with a brain who's been a content creator or a streamer realizes that's fucking entitled, and she's done for that.
Don't put all the pressure on your streaming community to feed you that. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't even.
Oh, you're one of them.
So you can subsidize your income, but like when you put all that pressure on your community or your com, so like.
Oh, it's a fucking dude who thinks he's a woman. Okay.
They must give subs. They must be active. These are people, bro. Your community is not just bots fit to your liking. These are real freaking people spending real freaking money or real freaking time to come see you, and you should really be grateful that they're here. And for the people who are not, I think you just need to reevaluate what you're doing, and maybe you're not in the right space for you. Maybe this streaming isn't a space for you like you think it is. Maybe you should look into like other avenues of making money. But yeah.
Fire. Hey, bro, what's going on, David?
Who am I? The humble streamer.
But all of this does sound like a bunch of fake love. Like a bunch of people saying that in order for me to fuck with you, you gotta fuck with me, and it can't just be one-sided.
Hey, what's going on,
Let's take the internet aspect out of it. Do y'all fuck
There,
with
did
each
you send
other
to me, or
as
are you still
human
working on
beings?
it?
Like, you ain't gotta be in somebody's stream or somebody's chat all the time, or hell, even every day you stream, because you probably got your own content. People got their own lives. People got their own content to make. Why should they be in your chat all the damn time and you sitting here saying that somebody is being fake and phony?
And you would think In the moment, you realize that, oh, I'm having a take that I'm not really seeing a clear vision on. Maybe I could come back to it and understand why it's bad to have this take, while also trying to explain the point further of what it is that I could mean when saying this take. And that's not what happened. It's a whole bunch of conversation about that community bullying me, these people bullying me, these people not understanding me, these people hating on me. It's everybody else's fault because they're not giving me the attention that I want. And I'm going to stop right here because there's another element to it about death threats. And I don't care if she made it up or she's telling the truth. I don't ever like seeing people say things and getting death threats thrown at them. It's not really productive to the conversation. Critique the point. Stop escalating things to a stupider degree because that destroys any real conversation that could be had. Oh, but did it really happen? Doesn't matter. Never send death threats to anybody over takes you see online. It's about time you turn the phone off if you start reaching that point, and you don't need to be doing that. But when we come back to the original conversation and how one can navigate how disturbing one is when demanding people always constantly come into their streams and talk to them all the time and be active and be engaging, you find out that this woman, in the midst of getting criticism from every which way, decides to pull the only card she knows how to, cry on camera. And before I show you this, I want you to understand what pisses me off about what I'm about to show you. It's the attempt to try to get everybody off your back in the dumbest way possible, because we've seen for the longest time people say something, they go viral, and then they try to get everybody off of them by saying something or doing something that tries to alleviate a bunch of the pressure. But I can say for certainty that today is the first time I've ever seen somebody try to use another person's mental health and suicide attempt in order to get criticism off their back.
Bad as they trying to paint me as a bad person or whatever the case may be, my community knows who I am.
Oh, she's the bitch. Okay, this is the bitch. Okay, I got it.
Somebody that DM'd me and told me, Trey, you've been such a light to me in the last 30 days. I thought about offing myself. You know what I'm saying? And
you know, I understand these type of messages do come through to people, big and small. But I don't think this is a good idea to bring stuff like this up and stream. This is insane.
I helped save somebody's life. That's how deep this shit can get. And that alone has put more of a battery in my back to continue to show up every day to check up on y'all. Ask y'all how y'all day been. You know what I'm saying? So as bad as they trying to paint me as a bad person or whatever the case may be,
oh yes, Lyra's now a student.
I would have never dogpiled on anybody like this. I was not deserving of this. No matter if you felt like I was attention seeking, I was promoting in your chat. The things that they said I did was not even like worth what they like. What? Lock me up. Those are the types of things that they said I did. I bragged on my accomplishments. I promoted with my emotes in their chat. Those types of things made me deserve this shit that y'all did to me today. That's crazy.
You are absolutely a piece of shit human being. I don't know you, and this is my introduction to you. A bad take is a bad take. But going through that bad take and then deciding to say, hey, I'm a good person because this person reached out to me and said that I helped them in their mental crisis. Get off my back, everybody. Is the reason why I'm in support of constantly criticizing you until you get the fucking point. I don't care that you spent time in Streamer University. Clearly, that shit didn't work out for you if you bitching for more people to support you. Clearly, you didn't get the memo because you shamelessly self-promoing in other people's fucking streams, which is the cardinal sin of content.
Yeah, don't do that. Shit's stupid.
You need to understand that everybody's eyes are not going to be glued to you all the time that you turn on the stream. You can be productive. You can be consistent. You could be on a streak of streaming every single fucking day of the week. You could be streaming in front of 20 people, 200 people. You could be streaming in front of 1,000 people, 10,000. You could be streaming in front of 5. Be grateful for the people who show up. Be grateful for the people who watch. Be grateful for the people who support you. Don't try to push your fucking luck in demanding or speaking like everybody got to be at your beck and call anytime you press go fucking live. For example, I stream, and I stream to about maybe 10 to 20 people anytime I do it on Twitch on my second channel. I'm grateful for these people even showing up because I'm sitting there for about an hour, 2 hours, maybe even 3, rambling about dumb shit, and I'm having fun. And I'm thankful for the people that watch that and support it. I've taken content creation serious since 2019, and I'd say I've done pretty fucking well in that time. And that's primarily because of you watching this, because I trapped you with my sultry voice and my banter about how I'm the sexiest black YouTuber who wears a pink hat and a scarf, and I've seen you motherfuckers call me Gru because of this shit, and I'm thankful that for all this time, people have stuck with me, even in the moments where you've all disagreed with me, even when I've had a take that made you go, what's his angle here? You stuck with me, and you will never truly know how much you changed my life because of that. I am thankful, I am grateful for the longest of times. If I would have never get another sub again, I'm still thankful for the time that I've spent being the sexiest black YouTuber, inseminating that seed into all y'all minds about how to operate on a given daily basis without being stupid on social media. And that's the beauty of the shit. The minute you start being selfish with what you've been blessed with is the minute you look like a fucking fool. And when you decide, woman, to use somebody's mental health and their suicide to try to get people off your back and try to convince everybody you're a good person, congratulations. You proved you're a piece of shit, and you proved you're entitled. Do I want to see you banned off of every platform? No. I want you to get the fucking point that entitlement is going to be the death of your streaming career, whether if you know it or not. And, oh my God, he's bullying this person. No, I want you to fucking succeed, but I want you to not be a dumbass while you're on your path to succeeding. I want you to have a bunch of people watching you. I want you to have that community of people that's always going to support you. I want you to have an active fucking chat, but you're not going to get as far unless you fucking realize that you need to be grateful instead of thinking you deserve everything at your beck and call, because the rudest awakening is waiting for you if you don't fucking recognize that. Don't use anybody else's mental struggles to try to remove criticism from you, because all it's done is make people see you as a piece of shit. It's made people look at you and think, wow, what a bitch. It's made people look at you and think, wow, what a disgusting human being. And that's nobody's fault but yours. So I suggest you curb your own enthusiasm. You don't get gassed up by the supporters who are going to sit there and say, man, they just hating on you. And you recognize how far of a fuck up you've created for yourself and rectify it as best you can so that this could just be a bump in the road rather than it being the downfall of your streaming career before it reaches the heights that I know you wanted to. And that's all I really gotta say. Subscribe to the channel if you made it this far. Shameless self-promo. I stream, like I said earlier, I stream on Twitch, and if you don't like that one, I stream on YouTube on a completely separate channel, you know, vibe out, multi-streaming style, you know, where I just sit there and ramble about things I see, you know, just simple vibe. And if you want to do that, you want to subscribe to that, you can. Links in the description. And if not, I'm thankful you watched anyway. Subscribe to the channel. I'll see you all in the next one.
Why is the man angry? Plus, I agree with what he's saying. He's not angry, he's just making a point. Let me see. That was a big thing. This is a toy? Is that a toy? Alright, sure. Transformers, robots, AI.
With a commanding stature, the Decepticon's intelligence officer reveals himself for the first time. RoboSend makes the impossible real again with the world's first fully auto-converting sound wave. Standing at Megatron's side, the Royal Communications Lieutenant is officially back on duty.
Autobots approaching.
Autobot intel has been stolen. Challenge the Autobots for control of the battlefield. Converting from the classic cassette player to a striking robot gladiator. Command Soundwave into battle with the push of a button. sound of your voice, or swipe of an app. This Decepticon is more than meets the eye. With an integrated, fully compatible Bluetooth speaker with functional
Why, every time he
buttons
does the
and
split,
buttons.
it makes me laugh.
Stream your favorite music.
What is
through
this?
legendary character. Previous song? Next song. Switch through your music effortlessly. While in cassette mode, there is a record feature, ready to capture your own voice and sounds. All through the
Oh yeah, I'll look at it
for a
today.
simple
Well,
and genuine
after this.
experience.
After this
This
video.
robot is
I
in
like
disguise with an
the
integrated, openable cassette deck
sketch. Thank
ready
you.
to launch and house cassette
From
pods.
the way
Integrated
that
with
Alba is
84
moving, he can
microchips
get it.
and
Yeah, like he's doing the
28
splits, right?
high-precision
It's kind of
intelligent
funny.
servo motors. Robosyn's Soundwave utilizes the latest innovations, allowing for one of the most incredible
Dinosaur toys.
auto conversion processes to date.
I don't know.
With a stoic stare and a commanding presence, the Decepticon's communications officer stands at attention, awaiting your commands. Soundwave's walking and combat poses.
Walk.
Go to battle with the shoulder-mounted laser cannon. Equipped with multi-angle firing and pairing together with deep red light.
This is the JDL.
And for absolute authenticity, RoboSen teamed the legendary Frank Welker, the original G1 voice of Soundwave, with engineer Scott Brownlee to bring this icon
This
to
will make
life.
my sister dance. She loves Transformers.
Let's stop the Decepticons.
Cool. Hello.
At your command, Soundwave springs into action with interactive front-facing buttons, which instantly launch him into battle
Yep,
mode.
I already did. So hello.
Speak directly to Soundwave through a deep voice command library.
Hello.
Just call his name, issue an order, and he responds with unwavering loyalty. Or take control through the free mobile app, where you can access a vast library of pre-built actions, unlocking endless waves to interact with your Decepticon operative. Bring the battle to life and team up with Megatron to bring Soundwave to the front lines against the Autobots with RoboSyn's Mini Theater. Soundwave is also fully compatible with RoboSyn Studio.
I haven't
the
seen a
browser-based
commercial
platform
for a
that lets
toy
you
for so
craft your
long,
own
but this is a
moves.
legitimately
Strategize and
professional
strike.
toy
Build out your
commercial.
own actions and bring Soundwave to life as you take command of this intelligent officer. Let your imagination run wild.
Alright, bro.
Recreate classic Decepticon tactics and challenge the Autobots for control of the
Hello.
battlefield.
Decepticons, attack!
Oh, yeah, sure. I have something that I have to watch after this. That was
Meet
crazy.
the legendary Soundwave, a master.
That was interesting nonetheless.
Real quick, I want to talk about this.
Now, let me see. Who sent it to me? Was it Sad Boy? No, it wasn't Sad Boy. Where did you send it to me? Was it Instagram? I think it was Instagram, you said. I think it was Instagram. Instagram. Miko Mill. I'll go to hell for Mill. Like, what hell then? That is the most fucked up thing he did. Dollar Tree wants to be respected, but does. Okay, let me see. Miko Mill. I'll die for Mill. I'll go hell to Mill. Go hell then. Where did you send it? I don't know. Where did you send it? I'm not sure where you sent it. Wait, Poppy Playtime's still a thing? Like, I know it was on Fortnite, but I didn't.
It's time to come. It's time to
Always been a few.
Where did you send it to?
We're going to have so much fun!
Yeah, someone said they sent something to me. I forgot who said it. Someone said they sent me something. I think it was you. The U.S. is getting tired of the EU.
Oh no.
The U.S. is getting tired of the EU censorship.
Oh no, Elon Musk is selling stickers, and this has upset the European Union. They managed to do this exquisite thing they call bureaucratic artistry, and took a problem that everyone know existed, and then announced it like they discovered fire, so that they can put a fire on the fireplace. I mean, no, seriously, like only the Euro-
Someone said they sent you something. It was a lyric. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Windows is dying. Your money isn't good enough. Crucial. Yeah. Yeah. 10 dangerous SCC.
If one of these anomalies is coming after you, sorry, but you're already...
This is a video called 10 SPC... 10... Oh my god. Top 10 most dangerous SCPs you would never have heard of.
Dead. And not just you. These anomalies each have the power to destroy civilizations, planets, or in some cases, even entire planes of reality. These are the 10 most dangerous SCPs of all time, going in order from least dangerous to the true ultimate terror. Starting with number 10. SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. How reliable. Except the only things that can reliably be said about SCP-682 is that it will break containment again sometime soon and kill scores more people, and it will also resist any attempt to kill it. That's because the primary anomalous capability of SCP-682 isn't raw power, it's adaptability. It seems to be able to alter both its physiology and, in some cases, its metaphysiology, to not only resist any conceivable attack, but also add that attack into its own arsenal. And the only thing that matches its power to adapt is its seemingly limitless malice towards all other living beings in the universe. But there are a lot of monsters out there that are hard to kill and love killing people. What bumps SCP-682 up to number 10 on the list of the most dangerous anomalies of all time? Like with a lot of other entities on this list, it's about the potential for it to become something so much worse. And amongst the endless attempts to actually kill 682, one possibility feels like an ominous question mark.
And then
using nuclear weapons.
And I'm going to be also
Council
doing the
have
animation
forbidden this, out of fear that if SCP-682 could survive and metabolize a nuclear blast, adding that as a weapon to its arsenal, there might not be anything on Earth that could stop it. But all things considered, SCP-682 getting nuked feels a lot less likely than a few little pictures getting leaked on a popular social media site. Number 9. SCP-096, the Shy Guy. He's known for rampages that wipe out towns where unfortunate hikers are looking at their vacation snaps. But the Shy Guy's true potential for damage is actually so much higher. He's a completely indestructible being that is forced to hunt down and kill anyone who sees his face, without exception. And while it's already bad news if you just saw the photo, imagine if that same face showed up on every Jumbotron across the country. went viral on TikTok, and lit up screams in Times Square in London. Well, you might just get a feedback loop of rage-fueled murder that'll totally wipe out vast swaths of the human race, and all we could do was wait for it to happen. The potential for SCP-096 to cause an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario, if its photo ever hits mass media, does earn it a place on this list. But there's also an interesting reason why it isn't any higher on the list than this not-so-mighty number 9. A limit on 096's ability that you might not have considered. In 2020, there were around 43.3 million blind people, all of whom would be utterly unaffected by the rampage of SCP-096.
If the trank even works.
And unless Mr. Beast figures out how to cure all 43.3 million blind people for a future video, those are folks that are staying off of SCP-096's potential kill list. It could not wipe out all the human race, even if it tried. But for 096 to destroy the majority of the population would require a concerted effort to spread its image everywhere. Our next anomaly would only take a few careless words to bring all of humanity to its knees. Number 8. SCP-2006. Too spooky. Most of the time, this anomaly is downright adorable. He's kind of like if Pennywise was really terrible at his job. A polymorphic entity capable of assuming any form that it pleases, all with one purpose in mind: scaring the pants off of anyone it encounters, most often the Foundation personnel in the proximity of its containment. The thing limiting SCP-2006 is the fact that it's extremely gullible. The Foundation has been able to lock it into pretty useless forms, such as its favorite, the ridiculous-looking Ro-Man, by feeding it a steady diet of schlocky 50s monster movies. Any Foundation staff encountering it are instructed to act like it's the scariest thing ever, which seems to satisfy the creature. Doesn't seem like there's any harm here, right? Until you ask the question, what if it finds out what humanity is actually afraid of? While kept in Foundation-induced information blackout, 2006 is a harmless goofball. But if it discovered humanity's fears of deadly diseases, of nuclear war, of black holes, asteroids, and exploding suns, then it would suddenly take on some truly frightening ideas. With a creature as often silly as this, it's easy to forget that all it takes is a careless conversation within its hearing range, or the wrong DVD put into its player, and it could literally become humanity's worst.
So it's a goofy monster that can actually fuck everything up.
To make our next anomaly dangerous, all you'd need to do is let her wake up. Number 7. SCP-239, Witch Child. If you're a fan of the Twilight Zone, then you know that a child with ultimate power can be an extremely dangerous thing. And SCP-239, the Witch Child, is no exception. This truly unique little girl has the power to completely rewrite reality, including that of her own body and mind with her thoughts. Anything she becomes aware of becomes subject to her ability to change it. Her psychic powers are so great, in fact, that her thinking about you for too long can kill you. In order to keep her tremendous power under control, the Foundation first tried the kind of deception tactics that work on SCP-2006, convincing her that her powers come from being a witch, and that she's only able to use them in the form of a pre-approved list of spells created by the Foundation. But kids have big imaginations, and when that imagination can bend the universe to its will, no containment will work forever. She's currently being kept in a medically induced coma while the Foundation figures out the next steps. But when she awakens, she could make the entire Foundation go bye-bye with a single thought if she feels like they've treated her improperly. Now, what if you took everything that was existentially frightening about the Witch Child and made her evil too? You'd probably be dealing with something like number 6, SCP-2845, the Deer. This mean green mother from outer space is another unspeakably powerful monster that the Foundation can only keep under lock and key by means of
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Eating butter. So you make her
deception. Put simply, it's a giant, cosmic, deer-like entity with a human face that has reality-warping powers even greater than that of the Witch Child, and the bloodthirsty temperament of some ancient Mesoamerican god to match it. If left unchecked, the deer could either enslave us all to its will, or wipe us out with cosmic beams and natural disasters in an afternoon. One thing that we absolutely know about the deer is that it cannot resist a good sacrifice, and it's actually an incredibly complex ritual of sacrifice, mutilation, torture, and other general nastiness on the Foundation's part that even keeps this thing contained. What exactly gives this ritual its immense power? Bluffing, pure and simple. The ritual, which grows more complicated and bloodthirsty every year, is essentially security theater, like having to take your shoes off in the airport for the TSA. The ritual works because the deer thinks that it works. So in a way, the Foundation is penning it in with its own power. Pretty crafty, honestly.
Crafty.
The problem is, lies are often an extremely fragile thing. And if the time ever comes that the deer realizes that nothing is actually keeping it locked up, prepare for the ritual to go worldwide. And it still seems more pleasant to deal with that than our next dangerous monstrosity. Number 5. It, from SCP-5000.
Wait.
This entity is so mysterious, so dangerous, so reviled, that the Foundation doesn't even have a number designation for it. It's only known as It. And if you think the Foundation performing a deadly and depraved ritual to keep the deer locked up was pretty bad, then how about them mounting an assault with the objective of wiping out all of humanity just to stop it? Because that's exactly what happened in the alternate universe that's the origin point of SCP-5000. A highly advanced autonomous stealth suit. So what made this thing so bad that it turned the Foundation into a legion of omnicidal madmen? It is an intangible entity that exists in the human psychosphere. That's everyone's collective minds fused together, also known as the unconscious. It could have been lurking there for thousands of years, manipulating the behavior of all of humanity ever since we learned to dream. What does it want? What is it capable of? Why is it doing any of this? The scary part is, for the most part, we don't even know. But whatever its intention is, its goal is considered so incredibly dangerous by the Foundation that it's a better outcome for humanity to be wiped out than to become a tool of this entity. But what's scarier? An anomaly that makes the Foundation carry out cruel and evil acts, or one so dangerous that it renders them completely useless? Number 4, SCP-001, When Day Breaks. Now we're in the big leagues, with one of the most terrifying anomalies of all time. One awarded the rare Apollyon class, reserved for anomalies where containment is impossible. Unless you've been living under a rock, which ironically might be the only way to survive it, you've probably heard of When Day Breaks. It's the SCP anomaly that turns sunlight into a horrifying catalyst, melting every living thing it touches into waxy, oozing horrors. And if you think anomalous abilities will protect you, you're wrong. Because the When Day Breaks sunlight also has the uncanny ability to nullify the anomalous abilities of anything it touches. So normal humans and nigh invincible anomalies alike will be equally affected by its horrors. But don't get it twisted, this thing won't kill you. What actually happens is so much worse. Your mind will be melted along with your body, effectively turning you into a fanatical servant of the sun. You'll feel driven to find others and drag them out into the light, and fuse with your fellow melted brethren into giant blobs that go on the hunt for the unchanged until there are none left. And with When Day Breaks just chilling at number 4, you know the top 3 are gonna be absolute nightmares. Starting with number 3, SCP-2935, Oh Death. Beyond a limestone cave in Indiana, death waits. No, we're not talking about a skeleton in a black robe with a farming tool, or that weirdly badass wolf guy from the Puss in Boots sequel. We're talking about death in its purest, rawest form. The cessation of all life, from humanity and the animal kingdom to bacteria and viruses on the very smallest levels. And if you want to wipe your universe clean of all life, all you need to do is step through. The cave is kind of a metaphysical passage for death itself. It links parallel universes where all life suddenly stopped, where the bodies of the countless dead don't even rot, because there isn't even any microscopic life to kickstart the decomposition process. And if you pass through the cave into this museum of the lifeless, that's where you need to stay, because if you make the trip back, you'll bring death with you and doom your universe to the same fate. And if you want an idea of just how serious this thing is, It's one of the only anomalies on record to have definitively killed SCP-682 in a different universe. This thing is so dangerous
So
that
you
there's
can
only
defeat that thing. You gotta need another entity like that just to get rid of it. Maybe it's possible to put most entities in there.
2 anomalies out there that could even hope to stake the claim of being worse. Are you ready to meet them? Number 2, SCP-001, the Scarlet King. This guy eats gods, and that's one of his nicer qualities. The Scarlet King is a terrifying cosmic being who hates the fact that he was dragged into existence without his consent. So he's on a quest to unmake the universe one plane of reality at a time as part of his revenge. Not only does he have the reality warping abilities of the deer and the witch child, he's older than time as we know it. He also has unknowable legions of extremely powerful servants at his beck and call. In fact, some of the deadliest anomalies out there, including some believe SCP-682, may have actually been created by the Crimson Khan to further his objective of sowing chaos, discord, and general suffering through all that exists. All acts of primal savagery increase his power, and also increase the likelihood that it will be able to someday enter our universe and tear the whole thing down. And it wouldn't even be close to the first time he's done it. But there's one thing that even the Scarlet King can't fight: the force of entropy
I'll never pay
itself.
taxes.
And number 1, SCP-001, the Black Moon. Since the dawn of time, the Administrator, the being that started the SCP Foundation, has been preparing to fight one terrible entity, an entity known as the Black Moon, an embodiment of the universe's inevitable demise. It lurks in the shadows, and always has, and exercises its ability by making things disappear. As the years keep coming, millions, billions, trillions more will disappear under the power of the Black Moon. It will steal life, snuff out every star, scrub away the galaxies, eat light, until all that is left is the darkness itself and the Administrator, doomed to watch everything else crumble and disappear under the Black Moon's wrath. Whether the very concept of existence will get a second chance is all down to whether the Administrator can beat the Black Moon in single combat in an empty universe someday. But the very fact that the Black Moon is personally capable of emptying out that universe makes it the most dangerous anomaly of all. Think we missed one? Tell us all about it down in the comments. Now go check out The Monster Becomes More Dangerous the More You Notice It. Proceed with caution. And these dangerous SCPs shouldn't be in our reality for more. If beauty is in the eye of the beholder, then it is generally true that everyone would like to behold it at some point. Beauty can take many forms, and that much is especially true of SCP-056. Also known by the appropriate title, A Beautiful Person. The Euclid class SCP has an infamous tendency to combine its shape-shifting abilities with an incredibly condescending and haughty attitude towards other beings. While other shape-shifting anomalies use their powers to blend in with humanity or to hunt their unsuspecting prey, SCP-056 uses its powers for the sheer thrill of being better than whatever it is mimicking. The question is, what is the true form of this beautiful person when nothing and nobody is around to see it? You might be familiar with the old phrase, if a tree falls in a forest and nobody is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Well, SCP-056 could have a variation of the phrase applied to it. What does beauty look like when there's nothing to compare it to? Or, in other words, what does SCP-056 do while alone in the containment chamber? The previous time the Foundation tried to sneak a peek at SCP-056 in its natural state, the clever researchers inserted a security camera into the room in the hopes of seeing the shapeshifter let its guard down. But SCP-056 was clever too, or at least audacious enough to mock the attempt, and transformed into a security camera of much higher quality and stared.
Damn!
Additionally, the footage featured a glitch of low visibility to allow the transformation to take place unobserved, perhaps in an effort to protect what passes for modesty for its arrogant self. SCP-056 SCP-056 never changes shape when it is being directly observed. While it would perhaps be a mischaracterization to describe SCP-056 as shy, the elusive nature of its true form has instilled a sense of wonder about it among many members of the Foundation staff. To be able to glimpse how SCP-056 behaves when left entirely to its own devices would surely be a memorable encounter. Could it be possible that 056 is even more beautiful than comprehension in its true and currently unknowable form, and that diminishing its own appeal down to merely being a step above its subject is just another extension of its insulting personality? Or could it be that all the bullying and shaming that SCP-056 participates in is simply a cover for the fact that it is deeply embarrassed by its own true appearance? It is entirely possible that mocking and proclaiming itself better than others is a defense mechanism and smokescreen to keep its fragile feelings and ungainly shape from ever being exposed. While it would be hard to discern if either scenario is the actual truth, both possibilities present an adequate incentive for any observer to want to glimpse SCP-056 all by its lonesome. The intrepid voyeur who might cast a private gaze on SCP-056 could find themselves in witness to a beautiful sight that would bring them to tears. Alternatively, it could confirm for them that all of the relentless teasing that had been endured by those in presence of SCP-056 could now be turned on the creature in a cathartic roast of revenge. With the assistance of hidden cameras, the Foundation may soon know the true limitations of SCP-056's shape-shifting ability. Of course, we couldn't let the so-called beautiful person know that it was being observed, so the new observation and security system was installed while 056 was distracted, using a stack of modeling magazines. These publications were placed on top of SCP-056 while it was in the form of a nicer couch than the one the Foundation had placed inside of its room. The Mobile Task Force agent that placed the magazines knew what to expect. As SCP-056 promptly shapeshifted into a buffer and more toned version of the agent while holding the magazines, SCP-056 proceeded to make a series of disparaging comments about the original MTF agent's jawline, as well as implying that there was a dissatisfaction in his marriage, which stemmed from the fact that his spouse no longer found him attractive. Despite going in knowing that this kind of verbal abuse was an occupational hazard in the containment of SCP-056, the MTF agent had already been having a difficult day, and the shapeshifter's cutting comments stripped straight through his psychological armor. With tear-stained eyes and flailing limbs, the offended Mobile Task Force agent ran out of the containment unit.
I think this is how it works. You know, like how in demons know things about people? Once they're in proximity of them, they know their weaknesses and their sins and shit like that. I think that's what it is. I think it's like a thing that demons have. I know this is an SPC, but I think it applies the same. I think demons tend to have this ability, this innate ability. If a person's in a proximity of them, they have very well knowledge of them based on their sins. It's like a sinful thing, like any form of sin, whether it's a physical sin, a thought type sin, or anything of the sort. If there is inkling of that, therefore they know something about you. Yeah, so like I think that's how it works when it comes to like demons. They tend to know a lot about you even if they don't know nothing about you. Because it's like I don't think demons are like omniscient beings. Yeah, so like kind of like Pennywise. It plays on your insecurities. I think it gives like the person or the subject at hand gives off a aura or some type of information to it. Correct. So I think that's what that is. I think it's a passive ability that all demons tend to have.
Weeping like a child. As the door auto-locked behind him, SCP-056 laughed with great hilarity at its successful torment of the man. The extent to which the beautiful person delighted in emotional damage could not be understated. This sadistic urge was likely the overriding purpose in its questionable biology, supplanting even the urge to eat and propagate itself. Though, in the case of the latter, it is unlikely that SCP-056 would ever be willing to settle for mingling with anyone less beautiful than itself. Besides, if making others feel small and worthless was more a gratifying pastime, then why would SCP-056 want to share itself with any of its pathetic sycophants? Throughout numerous experiments,
feel
it
good
was all
about
but
itself.
confirmed that SCP-056 preferred the feelings of being fawned over as opposed to acting on its own desires, if any. It would rather take the form of a beautiful woman and have several men fight over it for its amusement than find companionship with any individual one of them. The only other desire that seems to put SCP-056 into action is its competitive streak, which seems to be part of the motivation behind its shapeshifting. Now that it was on film with the imperceptible camera, SCP-056's brazen drive to be the best
So it has the mind of a very insane bitch of a woman, but also the competitive of that of a masculine man.
was on full display.
That is
It
dangerous.
flipped through the pages of the various modeling magazines that had been left for it, disappearing behind furniture and
The envious of
reappearing
a
in
woman,
new shapes,
and then
mimicking the
the
human
competitive
beings
nature of a
depicted
man.
within. The looks of each of the stunning, gorgeous clothing models were somehow improved upon when SCP-056 put its own
That's
spin
insane.
on them. It was
That's
as if
dangerous.
SCP-056 had a way of pinpointing the exact flaws that the models themselves would have wished to wash away.
Yeah, I
even
think
without
this is a demon. Because it tends to focus on things that the individual does not have or not good at. It focuses on only negative aspects of the individual or the subject or victim.
having any in-person interaction with its subject.
Yep.
Even my
I think this is an innate ability that most demons have. I understand I keep referring to it as a demon, but demons tend to have this innate ability.
had a way of pinpointing
If you watch
the
enough movies, they always know something about a person without even having any clear interaction with them ever, just like angels.
exact flaws that the models themselves would have wished to wash away, even without having any in-person interaction with its subject. Even minute details like the size of eyes and eyelashes and the glossiness of hair were easily altered to create a more appealing persona. The research staff watched on in rapt amazement, all but forgetting that the purpose of this new surveillance plan was to sneak a peek at SCP-056's true form.
It's an AI generator on fucking with a chip on his shoulder.
It seemed even more distant as SCP-056 flounced around the containment unit, shifting from model to model
You know,
in an
the guy
extravagant
that
show of vanity. At one point, 056 even turned into a higher quality magazine, with pages filled with highly informative and exhilarating articles on a variety of subjects. The observing staff dared not turn their eyes away from the camera. The shared excuse through the room was that at any second, SCP-056 might reveal something new that would be groundbreaking for the research of the anomaly. And it was at least partially true, since the beautiful person did have more to reveal, and the staff was more than eager to see. "Send in another magazine," said Dr. Carty, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Do it." A series of solemn nods spread through the room, and from the depths of the office's collective stash of personal materials, a new magazine was found and agreed upon as the next phase of the plan to see SCP-056 bear it all. The contents of this magazine were to be kept strictly classified outside of the parameters of the test, both for the dignity of the Foundation staff and also for the monetization viability of SCP Explained. Rest assured, however, it was chosen for the ample potential of research material that it would provide when given to SCP-056. When the next guard dropped off the magazine, he endured a further barrage of insults and humiliation from 056, which had chosen to remain in the form of a beautiful model, as it deemed it would make the audible slings and arrows sting far more. With another guard's self-esteem destroyed, the secretive magazine had been planted and the real test was about to begin. SCP-056 approached the forbidden tome and perused its contents, taking its sweet, delicate time with each page turn. From their vantage point in the surveillance room, the research team was overcome with anticipation. It was only a matter of time until SCP-056 took on its spiciest form of all, which would obviously be its true form, after all. Yes, that is indeed what they were all waiting for. Pick your jaw up off the floor and pay attention. Of course, unbeknownst to all of the onlookers, SCP-056 had been aware of the presence of the tiny camera from the beginning. The anomaly had a sixth sense for when it was being perceived, no matter how minuscule the apparatus or how inconsequential the viewer. All of this dramatic posing and flaunting the forms that were available to it had been an elaborate ploy for the thing it wanted.
Yeah, I
most of
also
all.
believe ghosts or entities are very close to, or to know that there is some type of electric device in the area. They have some type of like, they know there's an apparatus in the area. That's why every time when you're trying to catch like a fucking, like some type of ghost sighting, it never wants to work right. It just stops working all of a sudden. I think all ghosts knows this. That makes it difficult to capture them.
Attention. If it led on that this was part of its
And
plan,
if you get a sighting on them, they probably purposely want you to see it to fuck with you.
SCP-056 ran the risk of discouraging its peeping audience. To many seekers of beauty, there were always more enticing about the idea of seeing something that wasn't meant to be seen, and SCP-056 knew this instinctively. The Foundation would ordinarily never dedicate so much time to mere ogling, but by deftly exploiting the scientific curiosity of the staff, the beautiful person had wrapped them all around its polymorphic finger. But apprehension and hype alone could not keep the performance entertaining forever. So
I love how they made an SBC out of the typical OF bitch.
056 made things move along by taking on the form directly from the pages of the sorted magazine. Specifically, the middle 2 pages, aka the centerfold. The entire research team was dazzled, unable to pull themselves from the monitor. For some of them, this was the greatest workday that they had ever experienced. In its centerfold form, SCP-056 winked coytishly and strode around the containment chamber, giving the research team an eyeful of itself from every beautiful angle. It had them now. It had proven once again that it was truly superior being amongst a world of pathetic uggos, and it was exactly where it belonged, admired by many on a stage of its choosing. Back in the surveillance room, an SCP Foundation intern named Dave burst through the door, panting and fearful. None of the researchers even looked behind themselves at the entrance of the low-level personnel, as they were all still transfixed by SCP-056's movements.
What are you all doing in here?
Intern Dave wheezed.
There's been a containment breach!
A moment of tense silence passed. Then Dr. Carty raised one of its hands and dismissed the intern with a simple wave.
Not now.
Dave was stunned with shock. It was a containment breach, the first he had ever seen in his short time at the Foundation. Lives were on the line. Didn't his superiors know about this?
Maybe this is what the SCP Foundation is really like?
Thought the intern. He was about to leave when he considered the alternative. Perhaps whatever Dr. Carty and the rest of the research team were looking at was more important than the current containment breach. After all, delegation was a key part of running an organization with such a wide purview of tasks. A bit of pride for his superiors swelled within intern Dave's heart, and he bravely took a step forward to see what was being observed on the monitors. His eyes bulged with excitement as they fell upon SCP-056 in centerfold form. I think I'll take a bath now. Tee-hee, SCP-056 giggled. A wave of joyous brotherhood passed through the surveillance chamber, and high fives were passed around like shakers of salt. Intern Dave, however, was crestfallen. He was certainly mesmerized by the beauty of SCP-056's form, but even that could overpower the profound disappointment he felt towards the others. He got Dr. Carty's attention with a swift punch to the researcher's arm, and launched into an angry rant to vent his frustrations.
Have you forgotten what the SCP Foundation is all about? You're all just watching silly stuff like this in the middle of a workday. Was that the plan? Is this what I should expect from all of you? Foolish distractions and provocative bait? What about the containment breach, the lore? I thought I knew what I was signing up for, but you're not scientists or researchers. You're all just a bunch of peeping toms.
Intern Dave ran out of the room in a huff. Dr. Carty was tempted to
fuck
respond.
That's what I was. I'll fuck him.
056. For obvious reasons, we cannot show you or even describe in depth the bubble bath that SCP-056 was taking, but we can assure you that it was hot and steamy. Literally. It was an objective scientific fact that the water was quite a high temperature, and the room was filled with a curtain of steam. Any other details that might enter the conversation must be left entirely up to the imagination of the viewer. While the research team was captivated, SCP-056 decided to gloat aloud about just how much better than the centerfold model it was. It began to give away all the secrets of how it enhanced its form, making it clear that it had elevated itself beyond the scope of any human beauty standards and into the realm of perfection. And then, as it rose from the tub and grabbed its towel, SCP-056 looked directly into the camera. I hope you all enjoyed that as much as I did, SCP-056 said in a sultry voice of the centerfold. A glitch in the system followed, and immediately after, the containment chamber had 2 bathtubs inside of it, one of which was...
I'm not gonna lie to you, this is the... there is one particular character I really hate in anime. It's that bitch from fucking High School of the Dead, the pink-haired one. Oh my god, that bitch. I wanted to put my hands on that hoe. I was like, oh my god, you are insufferable as shit. Oh my god, she was so rude. She was rude for every second on the hour. I wanted to put my hands on her, like, personally, like, this bitch needs to stop. Like, this is what I'm thinking, what this entity sounds like. I can hear her voice, how she's acting. Like, oh my god, dude.
Of an obviously much higher quality than the first. The researchers stood at attention, realizing that this entire time there had been no new discoveries waiting for them. SCP-056 had strung them along for an ongoing performance that wouldn't add anything useful to the data logs of the anomalies file. By God, that intern was right about us. Dr. Carty slammed his fist onto the console of the surveillance system, his body filled with tension and high blood pressure. What have we become? The research team departed swiftly to go and assist the rest of the site with whatever containment breach had thus far escaped their notice. The risks of working with such a wide variety of SCPs was that dedicated attention to each was often in short supply. SCP-056's most devilish trait was that its ability to temporarily monopolize all of that attention for itself. It was an anomalous creature that thrived on perception, and quite possibly found the concept of being alone or unobserved to be entirely alien. This is why its most natural form was subjective, and why the beautiful person always strived to draw other beings towards it. Without a world full of inferior beings, SCP-056 would effectively not exist. 056 was blessed, or perhaps cursed, to always be in competition with the best choice of specimen that it had mutual visual access to. Its every action and reaction was a constant blur of chasing an unattainable ideal and grabbing approval from the masses for it. Much like the concept of beauty itself, SCP-056 was protean and dependent on the whims of others. It existed simply because it was desired. He's never felt this afraid before.
That's crazy. That's insane. Okay, let's see. People today. Today's a slow day today. It's a super slow day today.
You know, I am tired. I know I open up a lot of my videos talking about that and saying that I'm tired, but this particular conversation surrounding the absolute hypocrisy in the modding scene truthfully makes me very tired. Today we're going to be talking about a particular screenshot and also a video that is being shared all around on social media right now, sparking the conversation all over again about hypocrisy in modifications for video games. Now, what are we talking about? Well, there is a screenshot going around right now of Final Fantasy VII Remakes, Cloud and Aerith, and both of them have been race swapped to be black people. Now, for me personally, I want to make it very clear in my opening statement of this video, I do not care about this. I do not care how you mod your single player game. I personally do not use mods because I just don't care to use mods. But for people that do use mods, I don't care if you mod your single player game in any way whatsoever. However, today's video is going to be focusing around the hypocrisy of this all, because Nexus Mods, the platform...
Oh, I get it now. He's going to say, oh, why is it okay to race swap using mods on a character in a Japanese game, and that's acceptable, but I can't take my pride flags out of my my Spider-Man game, or I can't make the women canonically straight in my Baldur's Gate game, and I get banned. I see what he's talking about.
It's currently allowing this mod to exist.
But you can race swap the Japanese characters.
History that we're going to go over in this video, showcasing exactly how hypocritical they are around mods. It is not even just them, it's also the community on social media and the gaming scene that is extremely hypocritical when it comes to race swapping mods, because they'll make Cloud and Aerith black, but the moment you were to even remotely think about making Barrett white, they would all lose their minds. So hit that like button, subscribe button, all that good YouTube algorithm stuff, because, you know, if you don't comment, apparently your view doesn't count. And quite frankly, well, that just sucks. So let's get into the video today talking about Cloud and Aerith. So we're going to start off right off the bat. I'm going to showcase the video that got all of this conversation going, and I warn you, it is extremely cringe. If you are not used to Aerith's voice dialogue in the remake, she definitely talks with a little bit of eccentrality, but again, this is pretty typical of Japanese-made video games. Check this out. It is pretty hilarious.
You did it!
Yeah.
All right, good enough. Let's keep on trucking.
They look ridiculous. They look kind of ridiculous. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah?
I'm not gonna lie. Aerith is the most distracting looking one out of all of them. Out of the two of them, I'm not even gonna lie. They look distracting.
That went pretty well.
Sure did.
Huh? Wait a minute. Did you just...
Nope.
It's funny because if black people were to act like this, they'll be called crazy. Like if a black person were to act like this for a fellow black person, 9 times out of 10 they can't get away with this. This will be weird. You'll be called strange, weird, or just even be called you'll be acting white.
So obviously they look fucking terrible. Okay, in my opinion, it looks absolutely awful. I think Aerith looks a little bit worse than Cloud, but
yeah,
overall,
she looks distracting.
It is obviously a race swap mod. Now, why is this a topic of conversation? Well, number one, people are obviously not going to like when you change certain things. People don't like race swapping, especially since most race swapping is only ever allowed in one direction. You're going to have multiple white characters.
My
this
problem is that I can draw
was doing this
a pic,
for a
but I
long
can't
time.
draw
Every
with
single
the pic.
movie that had a pre-established white character for years was being race swapped to a black character, especially if they were ginger. The ginger genocide was absolutely real, where multiple characters were being race swapped to black characters for whatever that reason may be.
Very strange.
And somehow, some way, the best actor for the role was always a black person. That's what they would tell you. This was the best actor for the role, and you had to basically eat the bullshit every single time it happened. So we know that Hollywood was participating in this, and we know the gaming industry loves to push the DEI nonsense. We know this, okay? This is a documented fact. You can have your ideology surrounding it all you want, but there is an inherent push to put non-white characters into video games for no other reason other than representation. Not for better storytelling, not for better overall just the situation in the game. It's just literally to push more non-white characters in video games for solely representational aspects, and that is literally it. Now, why does this matter? It's a single-player game. It's a mod. Who cares? You're right. I absolutely agree. Who cares? But unfortunately, there is a hypocrisy that we have to kind of focus on, and that has to do first with the social aspect. I saw this post over on X from somebody called Gretel that ironically, by the way, has a white Cloud profile picture, and they said he looks fine as fuck.
Yeah, no.
If he looks fine as fuck, why didn't you change your white Cloud profile picture to the black Cloud then? If he was looking fine as fuck, I don't understand. So anyway, the reason why I'm bringing up a post like this is because these are virtue signaling posts, right? These are people that really, I just genuinely don't believe that they actually care about this stuff. I think they're just taking it as an opportunity to kind of virtue signal for something that they want to see on a more regular basis, which is characters like Cloud ultimately being black or turned black for whatever the reason it may be. And they never really tell you how it can benefit the story. All they can tell you is how it benefits representation. Now, this particular mod is available on Nexus Mods at the time of filming this video. I don't know if it's going to be available after this, but so keep that with a grain of salt. But the reason why we're talking about this is because the conversation surrounding these mods, if this was the other way around, I'm telling you right now, I would put money on it. If this was the other way around, people would have a massive, massive problem with this. Right? If these characters were initially black and they were turned to be white, people would lose their minds. And they'll gaslight you. They'll tell you, oh, no, I don't care. I wouldn't lose your mind because I'm not an incel or something along those lines. But let's be real. They absolutely would. It's been proven that they would. They have showcased that they would. And all these lies really don't mean a thing when you guys don't act on what you say. So let's give you a couple of examples of the hypocrisy surrounding these modifications. First, I want to focus on a post from Pirate Nation, talking about a mod that was uploaded to Nexus Mods that allowed you to turn Henry from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 into a black character. They allowed that mod to exist. That mod had absolutely no problems existing whatsoever, and they did not take it down. They did, however, take down the mod that would transform a black character in the video game to a white character. They took down that mod because of racism and representation and standing against all that other nonsense. They took that mod down, but they allowed the mod that made Henry black to stay up. That is one level of hypocrisy we're going to talk about from Nexus Mods. Let's talk about another one. So if you guys are not aware, Nexus Mods was actually leaving the Geralt of Rivia black mod up. By the way, they actually let you leave up a mod that race swaps Geralt of Rivia into a black person. I'm not even kidding. And again, I have no issues with this. I don't care. But if this was being enforced the other way equally, then nobody would care. But the truth is that it's not. And that's why it's a topic of conversation. You even have the mod in Monster Hunter Wilds that, forgive me, I forgot the name of the little kid in that video game. But they essentially turned him from like Indian / darker skin to white, and they took that mod down. They banned it completely.
Wow, that's crazy.
From their platform for, you know, representation reasons and all that stuff. And by the way, this is from Nexus Mods, a website that likes to claim to everybody utilizing their website that they're not ideologically driven, that they don't make decisions based on ideology. It's hilarious.
That's
like,
crazy.
oh, we're just enforcing our community guidelines, but for some reason, like racism and all that,
Hey,
only
Hero.
goes one
What's
way.
going on, bro?
You guys are ridiculous. We all know it's complete BS, obviously.
Trophy.
They even ended up banning a mod that removed pronouns from the Starfield character creation screen. We have a post here from Veridark saying,
serious?
confirm. Nexus Mods is banning mods that remove pronouns from Starfield's character creation, but also straight up banning users who are uploading the said mods to the website. So even if it's not race related, if it's like identity driven, you know, LGBTQ, whatever, they end up banning you if you end up making a mod that removes anything that has to do with LGBTQ representation in your single player game, by the way. I want to keep reiterating that. Single player video game,
that's wild.
Multiplayer, and other people able to see what you're doing with your mods. No, these are single player games that nobody would see what you're doing because it's only you playing the game. And meanwhile, Nexus is like, no, we need to make sure that we uphold our ideology in your single player game. It's hilarious. It really is. There was one particular situation that I found to be pretty cringe. I don't even think I bothered reporting on it initially when it happened, but there was a mod for Eve's Stellar Blade that turned her into a black warshipped kind of character. It's really weird. I'm going to put the screenshot up on the screen so that you guys can see what we're looking at, but it has all the prototypical stuff that you would pretty much expect. The snow bunny tattoos, you know, the black male property tattoos, all kinds of like big black king stuff. It's so obviously cringe, but at the end of the day, again, single player game. I don't care how you mod this game. I've seen people running around with Eve and cow outfits. Like, I really don't care. But the truth is that they care. They care so much that they want to make sure that they uphold
You saw that?
whatever
This is
their
my
ideology
first
may actually be. So they ended up banning this mod, and it's so ironic because Nexus Mods, with their shills obviously for racial DEI nonsense, they ended up sacrificing on the altar of DEI. They sacrificed this skin that was basically worshipping black men. They sacrificed this mod because it was objectification of women. That was their excuse for why this mod was removed. We have a post here from Sir Damned over on X with the final paragraph saying Nexus Mods banned the mod because of objectification of women. This is top soy jack behavior, and this is what the conservatards who larp as anti-woke gamers are currently agreeing with. Cringe, weak, beta male behavior. So they didn't even care the fact that it was worshiping black men because they saw the objectification of women and they decided to get rid of it. Again, unbelievable. This is a single player game with an extremely hot female protagonist. of course she's going to be objectified. Who are you to complain? Who are you to say anything about that objectification when you guys are the one
That's
that
all they are.
objectifying
They're just
characters
pixels,
in
bro.
Hades 2 that you find to be safe to objectify because they have a level of ugliness to it that you deem to be acceptable, and you want to convince everybody that you're totally into that you're not into what the heteros are into. You're not into what the normal people are into. No. You're the normal one, and everybody else is weird. Now, people always say, well, if you have a problem with Nexus mods, why don't you offer alternatives? And I do. I talk about them all the time, but nobody seems to listen, so I'm going to make a certain section in this video to make sure that I highlight 2 alternatives that I know of. And again, I don't utilize mods, so if you utilize mods, please make sure to comment down below what alternative websites that you use. Even if you still use Nexus mods to this day, what is your alternative website that you utilize and that you're dabbing into? Help people who like to mod out in the comments down below. But first, we're going to start off with DEG mods. So DEG mods, I see quite often responding to my post way back in the day talking about censorship over at Nexus Mods, and they have a Twitter profile over here that literally is at DEG Mods. So make sure to give them a follow if this is something that you might be interested in. They have almost 31,000 followers. They're very active over there, and they're pushing their website hard anytime something goes wrong with Nexus Mods, even when it doesn't. They're still, it's very active, and if you're looking for an alternative, that will definitely be one. There is also another one called Ayaka Mods. This one's a little bit newer. This one showed up a couple of months after DEG Mods when they initially responded to my Nexus Mod stuff. And they have an official Discord server. Their page is literally at Ayaka Mods. They have about 15,000 plus followers, and they, their website is up and coming as well. So these are 2 alternatives that you can be utilizing that may or may not be perfect. Obviously, again, I don't know when it comes to certain mods, but what I do know is that if you're going to complain about Nexus mods and then say there are no alternatives, they're just alternatives that you don't necessarily want to utilize. So check those 2 out and see if it's something that you might be interested in. So now let's talk about this. Over at Oblivion Remastered, Nexus mods ended up removing the mod that would change body type A and B to male and female, but then they ended up folding and they ended up allowing this mod to exist, which I'm sure really pissed them off internally. But I think they did this because they were at the time trying to sell their company if they didn't already sell it as it is. So they ended up doing this, I guess, for, I don't know, to try to quell, bad PR at the time. I really don't know. We have a post here from Grums that says Nexus Mods folds Nexus sites and allows male female mods for Oblivion Remasters. They try to claim that the mod was never banned for the mod, but the behavior of the mod maker. But they've banned other MF mods before. Now, this is so funny. I remember this particular situation, and it really shows the hypocrisy of Nexus mods, because they came out and they tried to claim that they didn't ban this mod because the mod itself, they banned this mod because the person who made the mod was just not acting right. Again, it's just like, you guys are just unbelievable. There was a post here from a community manager at the time over at Nexus Mods called Pickysaurus, and it says the following: community notice regarding this mod. This mod has been and likely will continue to be a source of controversy within the community. After a thorough review, we determined that the content of the mod itself does not violate our community guidelines. However, due to the nature of the topic, which often attracts intense and sometimes hostile discussion, the comment section will remain locked to prevent further escalation. There's been a lot of speculation and misinformation regarding the removal of the original mod. To clarify, the mod was not taken down because of its content. As stated in the ban notice, it was removed due to the uploader's behavior. In the comments, the uploader expressed an intent to incite drama and endorsed an external site explicitly designed to host inflammatory content. This kind of behavior directly violates our community standards. We recognize that mods like this can bring sensitive discussions around gender and identity to the forefront. While these are important conversations, our platform exists to support creative expression in modding, not to serve as a battleground for broader cultural or political debates. What we will not tolerate is trolling, harassment, discrimination, or any other form of toxicity that these discussions may provoke. Our commitment remains the same: to keep modding accessible and welcome for everyone. And please note, any re-uploads of this content or any derivative content intended to circumvent this policy will be removed. Abusive behavior in comments or posts will result in moderation actions. There is no need to report this mod page. If you prefer not to see this content, we encourage you to make use of the content blocking tools by blocking the real world issues tag or the author 7H3 Laughing Man. So again, this is one massive post that was put out there by Nexus Mods, and that's complete utter bullshit. You know it and I know it. They absolutely took down this mods for ideological reasons, and they got so much backlash for this. I remember this being such a big thing that they eventually folded. It was a bigger backlash than almost any other backlash that had happened previously simply because Oblivion Remastered was such a massive release at the time. People enjoyed the game heavily for what it was, and the only real sour taste with it was the A and B stuff. That was it. Otherwise, the game was fantastic. I played it. I loved it. I thought it was a great game. But obviously, the body type A and B thing is really annoying. And even though it may not deter someone from playing the video game, at the end of the day, once you boot up that character creator and you look at these awesome character designs, only to see, hey, what body type are you? Are you body type A or body type B? Who do you know in real life that ever goes to that language? Nobody, right? This is only an internet thing. It literally only exists on the internet. There is no such thing as body type A and B when you are out in the real world. Even if you're getting a driver's license, you can't say, yeah, I'm body type A or I'm body type B. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't exist. So at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, this entire situation was based off ideology, and we all know it.
I'm from
and
America.
they tried to gaslight people and say that it wasn't. And it's true. You know, what Grum said, ironically, that if you look in the past, you can clearly see that they have made decisions in banning mods simply because they were against the ideology. We just went over like 5 or 6 of them in this video alone, and I could easily provide more examples if I wanted to search more, but truthfully, I don't need to, because Nexus Mods has a history and has a reputation of being this way. And even after they got bought out, they are still this way. If anything, they're probably worse now. At this point, they're enforcing certain laws that were put into place by the UK Online Safety Act and trying to get age verification and ID scans from people in order to utilize the adult mods that are on the website. This is just what they're doing now. So I think the least thing to concern about, you know, is usually the race swapping mods. But for complete hilarity's sake, what I ended up doing is I found this particular post from an account called Shadowheart over on X, and it says, can someone make Barrett white? I want to see something. I think what they were doing here is they were hoping to see if there will be any responses showing absolute hypocrisy from people, and he got some interesting photos in response. This person, Ningwem, posted a white Barrett that honestly kind of looks cool, but overall, I mean, Barrett is a black character. Like, there's no reason to race swap him, just like there's no reason to race swap Cloud. Shadowheart says, needs something authentic to properly piss them off, bruh. Yeah, so that's exactly what he was trying to do. He was trying to piss them off. You can clearly see it was working. There was a post that was actually hidden for, you know, visibility limitation due to violating X's post. And it says from confrontational something, gonna look like white trash. Again, this person's upset for Barrett becoming white, but they're not upset about Cloud becoming black. This is the hypocrisy that we're talking about here. And then you have this picture, which is insane, by the way, from somebody called Koala Murdoch, and he says, here it is. And you can clearly see this is a ultra white, and they even gave him blonde hair Barrett, which is absolutely hilarious, by the way. For some odd reason, this looks like a more badass version of Wesker from Resident Evil, but it looks actually pretty cool. I can't even hate on this, to be honest with you. But is it stupid? Absolutely. Of course it is. Any of these race swap mods are absolutely stupid. But at the end of the day, if you want to put them into your single player game, you are completely allowed to do so. No matter how stupid I may think it is, or no matter how stupid someone else may think it is, it's your game. It's your mod. You can do whatever the hell you want to do with it. And everybody knows the truth. We have this person, Neo, saying Nexus mods would ban that faster than Light, which is true. Because the moment they saw that, I guarantee if you were to upload a white Barrett to Nexus mods, they might let it live for a little while, because obviously they know people are watching them, but I think they would ban it. I really do. I think they would genuinely ban that right off the website almost immediately.
Blocked and reported.
You have this person, the Bandicoot, showing another one. This one's more of a realistic take on a white Barrett, and oh my god, these are unbelievable. It really is. And then, of course, you got the typical jokes from this person called Revolver. He's already white. He hasn't abandoned his child. Oh my god, I'm sure that's going to absolutely piss off some people. Based on your logic, you must be black. Nobody wants your ass. Oh my god. People are so easily baited over on X, and this is why you get a whole bunch of videos like the one from Tony Sino the other day talking about grifters and how right-wing grifters are ruining the gaming space and all that. So it's like, bro, you're falling for rage bait. That's really what it is. You're looking on X, and this is why I barely utilize X anymore, because at the end of the day, I know nobody's really trying to have a genuine conversation over there. I'd rather make my videos and talk to you guys on YouTube and let you comment down below and tell me what you really think, whether you agree or disagree. I get way better feedback from that than going on X and even promoting one of my videos. Like, you're just gonna get a whole bunch of nonsense You're going to get a whole bunch of idiots on that platform that are looking for the next thing to be angry about, truthfully. And again, I know that this is like one of those situations where it's so clearly hypocritical that almost nobody can deny it, but you're still going to have people on that platform openly look at you in your virtual face and tell you that's not happening, and there's no such thing as hypocritical moderation of mods in general. There's no such thing, right? If you were to race swap one, you can race swap the other. There's no...
Well, God said the human heart is wickedly, it's desperately wicked. So, you can deal with someone who can blatantly see something's completely wrong. If they're lost enough, if their soul's gone, they will desperately deny and gaslight you. Nope.
There's no proof of their being banning one way or the other. They will literally tell you that to your virtual face and smile about it, knowing that they're full of crap, but they would do it anyway. That's why that platform, if you're looking for rage bait, you'll easily find it. But to make a video pretending like it's the real deal and how the real world thinks and looks at, no, obviously it's not. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this absolute cringe over Black Cloud and Black Aerith has sparked massive controversy over on X. It is hilarious. You love to see it, but it's even circumventing past that. I've seen some YouTube videos talking about it from people saying this is perfectly fine, and other people saying no, this is not okay. It all depends on what side of the aisle you're on. But for me personally, as I said earlier in the video, I have no problems with this. I don't care, so long as you don't have a problem with it happening the other way. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Hope you enjoyed it. Let me know in the comments down below, what do you think about this situation with Black Cloud and Black Aerith? Let me know in the comments. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like the video, comment, otherwise your view is not going to count. And I will see you.
So this is from Monte Senpai. It says, this is your brand on activism. Bad anime tags.
After enjoying a nice meal, this past Thanksgiving, after enjoying a nice meal, playing a few games, me and other family members decided to watch a movie, and my sister landed on Nutty Professor, The Clumps. Classic Eddie Murphy and a movie I haven't seen since I was a kid, and we all with excitement agreed. But that's when my younger cousin was excited for a different reason to watch. She said proudly, yes, let's watch and point out all the ways this movie is now problematic.
What? What? Bitch, get the fuck out of my face. Like, no, we're not doing that. We are not. What? No. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. You really wanted to pull out a movie that's from the early 2000s, late 90s, to watch a fucking movie to say how problematic it is in 2025? Are you mad? Are you mad? You huffing that shit. You are stupid. Why would you do this? Why would you waste your time looking at that? Yeah, it's considered problematic, but that was the time back then. Well, you're freakingly gonna look for something to piss you off? Are you serious? You are a horrible individual. You look for trouble.
How about no?
Yeah, fuck
That's
you.
when I turned around and said, oh no, we're not doing this shit today.
Nope.
I know your generation takes pride in being offended by everything. To be honest, mine does too. Millennials, we kind of started this. But we're not doing that here. And she said, what? This movie will have problematic elements we can point out. And I said, look, by this time, your generation is offended by everything, including air. And if anything, the more offensive it is, the more funnier it will be, which a young Dave Chappelle displays well.
You want to put his belt on with the boomerang. Oh my God. She's unbelievable. Look at this. Look like a handful of curly fries. Look at this is with the woman too. Who is sucking whose titties? Oh my God.
Stop bringing up personal stuff that has nothing to do with the stream. I don't know how you do it.
And I could tell she's used to an environment where that attitude is reinforced rather than challenged. Because all of us were dying, just having a good time, finding enjoyment and laughing at what was funny. And she was looking forward to finding joy and calling out how offensive it is. And that's when I thought, oh, she's another example or embodiment of these journalists and activist-minded types I call out in my videos so often. We like to think this is excluded to people on Twitter or social media, but I'm sure there's many of us who have encountered similar minds in real life.
Yep, I was a young Dave Chappelle.
Who are allergic to
really
comedy. You know how they say this is your brain on drugs? Well, this is your brain on activism. very similar to the people wanting to water down anime, pointing out how past anime is so problematic, like here when an ex-user referred to a potential Dragon Ball remake saying, a potential remake should not include the early Roshi moments.
Why
which
not?
coincides with journalist sentiments as well. One episode where Bulma flashed Roshi and a great reminder why new gen fans want to cancel Dragon Ball. And if you're this type of person, I don't even consider you a fan of Dragon Ball. The ability to watch something for the joy, comedy, and entertainment value, not taking it so seriously, is like a lost art being socially conditioned out of us, while adopting a deconstructionist mentality of tear it down. This is how a show like Dragon Ball gets its personality. Toriyama is known for being a gag writer. It's funny, Roshi being an old man pervert trying to manifest his perversion, while Goku being the clueless, unsophisticated boy not knowing the customs and norms of civilized society.
Stop it! What are you doing?
Oh, you are a boy.
Yes, I am.
Sorry, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Just so you know, the people in my village greet others by shaking hands.
But when your brain is on activism, your default reaction is platitudes, boycotts, and canceling anything deemed as problematic instead of moving on to something else, which is why I like this response.
Oh shit, I have more subscribers than he does? Holy shit, I doubt he had more than I did.
People want Dragon Ball remade with better animations.
I still like his stuff. His stuff is fucking awesome.
Possibly add more to some of the fights in the martial arts tournament climaxes. You want Dragon Ball remade because Master Roshi makes you uncomfortable. We ain't the same. Master Roshi stays.
Damn straight.
Death Note
Damn
author
straight. He's
Sugimi
staying.
Uba still refusing to reveal
Damn
their
straight.
identity.
Fuck y'all.
If I show my face, the readers would be disappointed. It's better they imagine I'm some evil genius laughing in the shadows than see a boring middle-aged person eating cup ramen. With this user responding to his quote, we Death Note fans do not imagine an evil.
Okay, that's not fair. I don't think that's a problem. It's I think they did this with what do you call it? Gears of War. So when like you can turn off gore or turn it on, so you can see all the nasty bits when you shoot someone, or you can just see them flip. That was it. I have no problem with that. I think there's no issue with that. If you can give them a alternate version of it, then fine. If they want to see alternate version, let them. But I like my shit uncensored as fuck, so we get the whole context.
Genius laughing in the shadows. We imagine a middle-aged loser misogynist. And this really highlights the thinking between normal people and the activist-minded types. When I read this quote from the author, I sense a bit of humor in it. It makes me laugh a little, like this guy seems pretty cool, because he can look outside himself to see what people would expect from such a genius idea of a plot with some of the most compelling characters in a story in anime period. There's a bit of self-deprecating humor there. He probably thinks fans are expecting someone similar to Light, charming, charismatic, tall, lean, handsome, but is probably anything but. And it's sad that there are those who have the reaction of calling him a loser misogynist. This is your brain on activism.
You are a
That strange little man. You have my pity. Farewell.
Why is there a thing like battle shoujo
missed
but not
that.
battle shoujo?
You are
Are
a
they aware they're
sad,
imposing the
strange little
same
man.
gender roles they criticize? I can't imagine having such a black-white view of female characters while presenting yourself as an intellectual. The answer is simple. Under patriarchy, men gain status through their individual feats, while women gain status through marrying men. Despite the very real gains made by feminism, this remains largely true. Hence, male aim wish fulfillment is about being a powerful man, while female aim wish fulfillment is about marrying a powerful man. I've said this before, but I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with such escapist wish fulfillment. However, I do worry about people who only consume escapist wish fulfillment. Something I notice about the activist-minded types
Alright,
is
have a good night.
while they oversimplify things,
Later, Anna.
they just as much overcomplicate things as well. When it comes to this, there is no under patriarchy, just biological reality. Guys have this innate call to adventure, a natural sense of struggle, and reality slapping you in the face immediately if you're not all that you can be. Every guy knows this, which is why we have a desire to overcome, or enjoy seeing that in our characters and stories that set off biological triggers that makes us automatically connect with them when watching. The same for women wanting to meet that man that will sweep them off their feet, or that Beauty and the Beast narrative where you have this innocent feminine feminine woman who meets this beastly man and her natural inclination is to help civilize them or tame them to where they're much more refined than they were before, which is why you get these romance novels like these with a minotaur and a woman falling in love.
Let's go! Bro, let's go! Bro, he picked it! He picked it from Sean Head. What the fuck? Yo! He picked it! Crazy! This is why I love watching Senpai. He's on that shit. He's on that shit. I knew it. Let's go. Let's go.
While it makes me laugh when I see this cover, I think, yeah, I can see why women are really into this. It makes sense. And while this other user gives a response of shoujo manga that's similar to Battle Shonen, this other user responds with, problem is that they don't ever get
facts.
Popular. Mainstream pop culture is sexist, is what I think.
Straight up, that's crazy.
This is your brain on activism. I thought this line of curiosity was interesting from a Japanese user, wondering why political correctness has become so strong in American comics, and they said, I kind of get why political correctness is so popular in America, though this might just be my bias, but now I understand it. Over there, comic creators are just stand-ins for themselves to them, self-inserts basically. They probably don't have that sense of them living in a separate world unconnected to their own. Very, very good analysis. And this is another Japanese user responding. It's because American comics are made by corporations to push political agendas. This is the gay Superman that got a lot of attention, but he's holding a placard and protesting for environmental protection. The master of American comics was lamenting American comics are too political. Japanese manga even has golf manga. And that's because many entertainment sectors in America have been hijacked by activists, while in Japan they still largely have creators keeping creativity in mind. That is your brain on creativity and just fandom. I'll end this video with this story I've experienced about a month ago. At my job, I was giving a customer a ride home, and knowing that I like movies, she asked, what have I seen lately in theaters? And I told her I don't really go as often because modern movies just aren't good compared to when I literally used to
She's
go
gonna have a
every
problem with
weekend
you.
my
I bet you she's gonna have a problem with him. Watch this.
brother to see a new one, and she agreed. I told her I mainly rewatch older movies, one recently being Crimson Tide with Denzel Washington and Gene Hackman. Really good film, I highly recommend. And somehow she brought up Thelma and Louise, and I said, oh, that's one I haven't watched before. Brad Pitt's in that, right? And that's when she sort of got offended, saying, what? Brad Pitt had a tiny little piece in that. At first I thought she was referring to something else, thank God she wasn't. But she meant he had a small role in that movie and was surprised I would bring him up as a representation of that movie because of that. She said the two main stars were women and it's a women empowerment movie. And I said, oh, okay, I didn't know. I never seen it before. And then she said, see, that's a good example of how women are overlooked in Hollywood. And I thought,
there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Hold on, let me see.
Just go, or should I really challenge her on this? So I told her, well, Brad Pitt is not just a movie star, but a global superstar. His face is easily recognizable with anything he's associated with. And I asked, who are the other two women leads in the movie? She said their names, and I replied, I don't know these names or who they are. Then she said, what? How could you not know who they are? I said, maybe I know them by their face. Have they ever been in any blockbuster films where I can easily point them out by memory? Then she started to name a few movies, and I said, these aren't blockbuster films. A blockbuster film is like Men in Black, Independence Day, The Avengers. What you're naming are more like small films, something along the lines like a Good Will Hunting, artsy films. They may be known by you, but they're not big, giant blockbuster films distributed all across the world. Then she said, I think one of them was in Jurassic Park. That's a blockbuster film. And I said, oh, the female lead? Is that who you mean? Being able to bring her face up to memory, though she was wrong. Then I said, funny thing is, I don't know the main male lead either. And he's a man and the star of the movie. I know him by face, but
I
if
know
you
by
asked me
name.
to say his name, I wouldn't be able to do so.
Yeah, for real. I'm kind of like that. If it takes a very rare name and face for me to associate them both and know who you're talking about. Because most cases, you've seen so many of these people in different movies, you just associate the character that they were or the face. You don't really associate the name or the person outside the actor. Most cases. Most people forget. And sometimes these actors be looking alike. And sometimes they have the same exact name. Sounding name like Tom Hardy and the other one. It's different in different cultures, yes. It's the culture based on what they value. So like, let me see. So like, let's use an example. Like the dude who played Venom isn't the dude. The dude who played Venom isn't the same dude who played as Captain Boomerang from Suicide Squad. That is so real that it's like one actor who only acts as characters. They're called Hector. Yeah, because like there's many times you can tell me a name. I might recognize the name, but the face will not pop up. If you show me the face, then I can probably remember their name. But most likely, I'm going to associate the face to the character in the movie they was in. I'm not going to associate them as the actor themselves, especially if they have like there's a bunch of Chris's in Hollywood. Chris Evans, what do you call Christopher, what's his name? Forgot. There's a bunch of Chris's. Let me see. If you check right now, like Tom Hardy look alike actor. Okay, so look like this for instance. These are two different men. These are two different men. These are two different actors who have been in Hollywood films, and they look like fucking twins. These are two different white men, and they look exactly the same. So sometimes it's hard to tell who's who. And then fucking Disney's known for hiring these women with really space-eyed. I don't know what's going on with that. I know, like from Rachel Zegler, the chick who played Ariel, the black chick, the other chick who's in the Peter Pan movie, and then that was on Netflix, I believe. But yeah, it's just they either look alike, they sound alike, or they have similar sounding names, so you can't tell. This one, I think this one played Venom. This one played Captain Boomerang in Suicide Squad. These are two different men. They look exactly the same. It's insane. So I can see what he's talking about. That happens a lot. I can't remember the name, but I can definitely associate the character to the movie I saw.
Goldblum would be the only one, but he's more of a cultural icon. He's been memed, comedy YouTube videos made about him. He's famous beyond movies, almost like a Chuck Norris. Then she said one of them was in Beetlejuice, and I said, oh, barely able to make.
Hello. Hey, Gray. Let me see. What kind of hearts to judge by that? Because sometimes people make a niche movie for a select majority, and if it's select majority, then it's more indie. But if it's like and the other times they make it for mainstream, yeah, if it's a mainstream, you'll see it. It's usually on commercial. It's very rare you see anything that's a indie film that's on a commercial, even on a YouTube scale. You know what I'm saying? Gray, how are you? I'm doing well. Just doing videos as I'm working.
Make out her face in that movie. But I did say, oh, I know Winona Ryder, though. See, she's a woman, and I know who she is. She's been in multiple blockbusters and is currently in Stranger Things. Her name is frequently circulating in pop culture conversation. So I wrapped it up with saying, it's not a man or woman thing. It's a superstar or just a movie star thing that supersedes gender. I told her I know who Uma Thurman is because she was in
Kill Bill, and she was in Pulp Fiction.
I know the women's names over the guys, only recognizing
Shit, she's right now in Fortnite, I believe.
By face. Sigourney Weaver, I know her because she was in Aliens, leading the franchise. I don't know any of the guys' names in those movies, and also she was in Ghostbusters, another big movie. These are blockbuster films. And the more this went on, giving more examples, I can see her kind of humbling herself, being met with reason.
Yeah, the problem is that this is not a gender problem. This is a brand problem. This is a brand problem. This is not a gender problem. she's making it into a gender problem. It was never a gender problem. And I don't know why they keep saying women can't get seen, because there's many women that are very famous that we all know for good and bad reasons, just like men who are known for good and bad reasons. So I don't know what they're talking about where women are not being seen. There are like majority of most of Disney for the last 10 years, most of Disney's like remakes either shoehorns a woman in or make sure you see a woman in it. So I don't know what the fuck are you talking about for the last 10 to 15 years. Actually, even since the 80s, they've been doing that for a while. So I don't know where the hell they keep saying this nonsense where women are not being seen or not being heard. That shit is a fucking lie. It's just a thing that's just constantly being told to women to say because it's just a talking point. Just like the perfect example of this is Rachel Zegler. She keeps saying this shit and you can tell that she's full of shit. She don't even believe the shit she's saying. It's not even that the name repeatedly. It's like if they are that's why I said it's a brand problem, because he used the perfect example of Jeff Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum is a meme, right? So you gotta recognize a meme more than a movie, right? Because the meme is gonna be used like perfect example. When I do anime drawings of chicks, of girls, right? I always get the what do you call it? The dude who from Dexter. I know you're doing something, but I can't prove it meme. Everyone's gonna know him based on the meme than the actual show. You know what I'm saying? This is a brand recognized problem. This is not a boy-girl thing. This is just how memeable you are. Honestly, a meme can make and break your situation. If you can be memed in a way that could be used for any situation that could be funny and or serious, then you did a great job. But if you get memed for just horrible things like Diddy for all damn day, no matter what it is, you're just gonna be known for that horrible thing. So, even with the memes.
You realize how hysterical.
Actually, more kids now know who Diddy is than people in the 90s and 2000s know who Diddy is now. They only know Diddy based on what he did and the memes that's associated to him. That's it. Actually, quite frank, he's such a meme that people don't see him as a literal threat. They just see him as a funny meme supervillain who did sexual things to men. Not women too, just men. So that's funny. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of young people saying, no Diddy. Now they're saying that now because they know who Diddy is now. But everyone who grew up with the idea Diddy knew who he was before he actually came out with all the accusations. Like, those accusations was around for years, but it was more speculation and just funniness than it being serious. Now we know that it's literally true. The fact that it's been going on for so long that people see it more as a joke than it is a serious thing. This is why you don't see memes of Harvey Weinstein. There's a reason for this. There's no reason. Like, it's not the same as a rapper who's supposed to be hyper masculine being seen as a man who would be fucking men in the ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the same compared to a man who's like Chris Evans, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pratt. There's a bunch of Chris's in Hollywood. Some of them even look alike. Some of them even have the same haircut. Some of them be looking really the same and similar. There's a lot of Matt Damon, Mark Wahlberg. There's a lot of them. So.
Oh, okay. You have a point. And I could tell she spends her time around people that if this conversation was had with them, they would have automatically reinforced her default conclusion. Women oppressed, men bad, but this was an instance of being outside of her bubble and made her second think herself. And after I dropped her off, I thought, wow, there's so many people like this that had this knee-jerk reaction to all things nowadays, which is why I say this is your brain on activism. But that's all I have for this video. Tell me what you think in the comment section below. I really hate how dialogue easily diverts into this way of discussion, but it becomes more common every
Goku's
day.
fucking
a lot of times I'll ask someone like at work,
let's go, Goku.
How's your day? How's life going? How was your holiday? And somehow
they'll
find a way to bring up modern politics. Did you hear the news? Did you hear what this person's doing? How could they think like this? And it just makes me roll my eyes, which is why when it comes to my entertainment, that's the last place I want to see or hear it. And sorry if my voice sounds a little bit raspy or dry. I am sick and I I am trying to nurse this cold back to health because it's very annoying to deal with. I had one of those coughs that wakes you up in the middle of the night and it just keeps me up for hours. Yeah, so if you hear my voice in a certain tone, that's why. Also, if you haven't checked out my music, links in the description. If you love those Samurai Champloo, lo-fi, mellow boom bap vibes, then my music is definitely for you. And if you want to support me and the content I create, consider joining my channel, becoming a member. It's much appreciated. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Shonen rom-coms
Can men at least have their anime? Have you seen this
pairing
one?
up an
No, this is
average
7 days
loser
ago.
with
This is old. This is
a
new.
tall, pretty girl instead of making both attractive needs to be studied. Where to this user, it's a mystery to her why this is appealing, while to me it's obvious. This is how most guys feel.
we see this?
This is the average guy's experience. Overlooked,
we've
forgotten,
seen this.
invisible to the average girl, making them insecure, nervous, socially anxious. To where this scenario, this anime plot is like
That's
a
at least a good
fantasy,
thing.
and
It's
some
like
type of
the
escapism. It's no surprise
Wikipedia
that currently
to
men
these
are going through a
How are you?
crisis,
Okay, I'm doing
dealing
well.
with
I
a
think I'm
loneliness epidemic, opting out of society, choosing not to participate, told their innate masculinity is toxic.
We
and
did?
just
Okay,
by their
never
mere
mind.
existence, they
I
serve.
don't want to see the same thing twice. I feel like it's kind of sad. Goodbye, Hassan. And I don't care for Hassan. Greatest comeback in anime?
When a piece of media is hated, it is hard for that media to recover its image. In the minds of all who hate it, that media will always be unacceptable. For a series like Boruto, this was the unfortunate reality. Having to follow in the footsteps of one of the greatest manga of all time was already a task greater than most budding manga had to undergo. But then, having to stand out as your own story while not being labeled a cheap copy was the most difficult task of all. From art critiques to bad animation, Boruto has received almost every criticism under the sun. But how could it not? Its predecessor, Naruto, is one of the most popular and important manga of all time.
Bridesmaids?
Just how
remember.
Boruto struggles to cope with the expectations placed upon him, the Boruto manga struggles to overcome the massive expectations placed upon it by Naruto fans across the world. So how does a series like Boruto recover from being one of the most hated stories in the world? Can it ever truly repair the damage that was done so early on in its lifespan? To find our answer, we first have to look back. October 10th, 2015. A movie starring Naruto's son, Boruto, is released for the public to watch in theaters. The movie was teased at the end of the Naruto Shippuden anime, and promised to give a glimpse into Naruto and Sasuke's lives after the events of Shippuden. This sneak peek featured neither Naruto nor Sasuke as the main lead, however, but Naruto's son, Boruto Uzumaki. The movie is decently long, sitting at about an hour and 30 minutes, and features some of the best fight scenes in the entire series. Other than that, the film wasn't necessarily anything extraordinary. However, there were some questions left behind for fans to theorize about and talk over. With the film being moderately successful, 2 months later, a Boruto manga was announced, set to release its first chapter in May of 2016. And on May 9th, the first official chapter of the sequel to Naruto, Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, was released. This began what I'm going to call for this video.
You know, I don't like it when they do that. I don't like it when they say Next Generations. I don't like it when they put that in a title. Because that makes me feel like it's not going to be, like, it's trying to separate itself so hard from it that it really can't. But then again, saying that out loud is like, it's too on the nose. Like, let it be its own thing, I get it, but like saying Next Generations makes it sound, it makes it feel more tacky, in my opinion.
Next Generations era. This includes everything to do with Boruto up until the release of its time skip to Blue Vortex. Filling the air was excitement and questions, all about the sequel to Masashi Kishimoto's Naruto. Directly following the movie, the manga would tell the largest story at hand. However, it would not be Kishimoto behind the wheel this time. Chosen by Kishimoto himself, Ukyo Kodachi and Mikio Ikimoto would act as the writer and illustrator of the series. Kishimoto would simply act as a supervisor, operating in the shadows and making sure everything was okay
The early
from afar.
2000s was a great
However,
time,
this was
I'm
by
not
no
gonna lie.
means a small change for the series, and the differences between Naruto and Boruto were immediately noticeable by fans. The largest change by far was, of course, the art style. Kishimoto had spent years developing and honing his style for Naruto, as does every mangaka when writing a long series. How Naruto looked towards the end of the series was the image fans had safely tucked within their minds, so to read Boruto and see such a stark contrast was bewildering for people. The film, prior to the manga, had shared the same animation style as the latter part of Naruto Shippuden, so an expectation was immediately placed within the fans' minds. Ikimoto's art wasn't bad by any means, it was just different. And when something as beloved as Naruto is altered in any way, backlash is basically a given. It is also very highly important to mention that Boruto was not a weekly manga, but a monthly one. So as opposed to Naruto, instead of 3 to 4 shorter chapters a month, there would only be 1 longer chapter each month, ultimately meaning 12 a year. This naturally led fans to criticizing the art for not looking as good as they believed it should for a manga which had longer breaks in between chapters. However, I don't necessarily believe that this was fair at the time, because as with any art style, it takes a while to really grow into it and truly make it your own. Almost every manga in its early stages looked less polished than it did towards the end. Look at Naruto, for instance. Everything like the line...
Did he really mix that with Boruto? No, did he really? I know Samurai 8 failed, but like, I wonder why it failed. Was it too big for his britches? Was it too much?
And the designs were much sharper in the beginning, but towards the end, Kishimoto had really come into his style and perfected it. The same can absolutely be seen in Ikimoto's case. In the beginning of his time illustrating for Boruto, you can tell he was still figuring out how he wanted to draw the characters. Now, in Two Blue Vortex, you can see the massive difference that comes with time. No character...
I told you guys this thousands of times. There is no such thing as an instant art style. That's something you have to keep hacking at all day, every day. It's literally learning how to draw the letter A over and over again to make it look like the A you want, so it's almost en masse. When you do it, you don't have to think about it. I've been saying that forever and ever and ever, but no one listens. They think there's some art style that they just have to tap into from like nowhere. You know, you have to work your ass off, understand fundamentals, and then when you have those fundamentals, you get the art style you get. Even mangaka fucking professionals do this all the time. They have to deal with this all the time. It's always growing. Oh, okay. I'll have to watch a video on that. But like, it's like the problem with this is like, okay, you know what art style's like? If you're ever once like play like Ratchet and Clank, for those who ever play Ratchet and Clank or ever played the game, if you ever played the games, you get like the upgrades. I think it's in Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal or whatever, or Going Commando, where the weapons keep constantly growing and growing and growing and keeps getting leveled up and leveled up to the point that they can double level up to the point that that the level ups doesn't even matter anymore. They're so overpowered that it doesn't matter, right? But in the game, if you play the game again on like a harder mode, I believe, you can actually keep upgrading the weapons and putting modifiers on them. That's literally what art style is. You keep constantly growing, even when you think you're at a place where you know what to do, how to do it, how to draw it, X, Y, and Z. It's always constantly changing. It never stops.
Wonky or over-exaggerated, and they all have their own looks and designs which are complemented beautifully by Ikimoto's improved art style. Change takes time to adapt to, and over the course of Boruto's lifespan, fans have grown more and more accepting of Ikimoto's style, understanding that he draws in his own style separate from Kishimoto. The time in which Boruto was being drawn is also a factor for this criticism. Boruto was being published alongside other extremely popular manga, such as My Hero Academia and Black Clover, both of which had stunning art for weekly series. However, the art was unfortunately not the only major criticism. As previously mentioned, in charge of the Boruto narrative this time around was not Kishimoto, but Ukyo Kodachi. In Kodachi's hands was a very odd puzzle to try and solve. Writing a sequel can either be very straightforward or, on the other hand, very challenging. Sequels tend to simply take the beloved characters from the previous installment of the franchise and continue to build upon them. While yes, almost all of the original characters from Naruto do play roles within the story, Boruto is a narrative about an entirely new cast of main characters, meaning the groundwork from Kishimoto's Naruto didn't apply to the characterization of the new cast members. This meant fans would have to warm up to an entirely new layout of protagonists and supporting characters, while undergoing an entirely new narrative. Usually, with a smaller and shorter series, this wouldn't be the largest issue in the world. But of course, Naruto as a series is one of the most beloved manga of all time. Separating from the characters once was already hard enough, but then to be promised a sequel, and it not to be focused on those beloved characters, immediately put Boruto in a negative position within fans' minds. However, what fans thought of the characters didn't necessarily matter, because it was Boruto's story now. Although, it didn't necessarily feel that way. Naturally, with a time jump, characters in anime are going to get stronger. For Naruto and Sasuke specifically, this was absolutely the truth. Their powers grew exponentially, utterly eclipsing Shippuden in terms of strength and scaling. Due to the main antagonists in Boruto being the Otsutsuki, there was no one even close to that level of power besides Naruto and Sasuke. This meant that they would have to be present in almost every large fight within the series. This didn't allow the series to feel like it was unique to Boruto as a character. It still felt as if people were watching for only Naruto and Sasuke. Of course, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it most definitely shouldn't be the case in a show about Naruto's son. Maybe a spin-off about Naruto and Sasuke, or maybe even just another show about the two of them would have been fine if the people making the story wanted them to still be the focal points. You can of course argue that simply not focusing that much on Naruto and Sasuke would also make very little sense, because of their large presences in the world. And while this is true to some extent, their presence within Boruto is mainly felt because it is needed to be there. Beginning the series with an immediate final boss level villain in Momoshiki might have not been the smartest choice overall. While it was very cool and showed that there was power that existed beyond that of even Naruto and Sasuke, it was maybe too much too soon, and it didn't allow for Boruto to exist as his own character. However, this issue is extremely well handled in Two Blue Vortex, but we'll touch on that a little later. Boruto begins with a very interesting, but most definitely intentional, glimpse into the future. This slight choice to alter the reader's perception of the plot might have gone on to be one of the smartest decisions made in manga production ever. The readers, as soon as opening the first manga volume, are immediately shown 2 or 3 pages of a future scenario in which Boruto and a man named Kawaki are fighting on the side of Hokage Mountain. This created a level of hype surrounding Boruto, which had never been seen before. Due to this sneak peek at a potential time skip, fans of the series would battle against harsh criticisms online for years on end. However, immediately after this flash forward, the manga continued from a long point in the past, never returning to that time skip for about 6 years. The reader starts Boruto Next Generations with Boruto at around age 12, and he stays that way for basically the entirety of Next Generations. Boruto over time seemed to get large amounts of hate as a character. Boruto was labeled by fans as obnoxious and annoying. People disliked how he received all of his power-ups and abilities for basically free, and when he did receive a new ability, he was either immediately proficient with it, or it was simply a stronger evolution of past abilities fans saw in Naruto. An example of this would be Boruto's Vanishing Rasengan, an iteration of the iconic normal Rasengan from the original series. All of these complaints about the art style and Boruto's character were most definitely loud and clear, but the real hatred towards the series didn't begin until the Boruto anime was officially released. The largest complaint and debate surrounding the Boruto anime was its ratio of filler to manga canon content. As with every anime, Boruto had its fair share of filler, but this is extremely common. With long-running series, the anime which is adapting the manga will always have filler content. But this giant filler quantity was met with large debates due to a singular term, anime canon. Anime canon refers to content within a series that may not have happened in the manga, but is still canon to the overall story at end. Including supposed anime canon episodes, the filler percentage does drop down quite a large bit. This led to 2 sides. One side defending the Boruto anime, claiming that the anime canon episodes were simply that, anime canon, and was necessary to watch in order to gain the grander scope of the narrative. And the other side of the equation, the much larger side, was claiming that Boruto being 70% filler was an outrage, and that the series was horrible because of said fact. There was no clear answer. Either you view anime canon as true canon to the series, or you don't. There really isn't any right or wrong here. However, in moments where the anime and the manga were both on the same wavelength, very little complaints were had about the narrative. In fact, the promise of Boruto's narrative is quite possibly the only reason the series was able to survive till the time skip. People enjoyed the idea of Otsutsuki playing larger roles in the story. It felt as if the stakes had really gone up since the end of Naruto Shippuden. Unfortunately, these compliments were sparse, as most of the time people were ripping apart the Boruto anime for its lack of compelling episodes, and both the Boruto manga and anime for its subpar art and animation. To briefly touch on the Boruto anime's animation, yeah, it was extremely bad in a lot of moments, but when it was good, it really did deliver some of the most dynamic scenes in the entire franchise, so I don't think people bashing a couple of select bad scenes is necessarily warranted. While the quality of the animation was very questionable at times, in the big moments, the anime did deliver great stuff. To sum Boruto up, the series is a giant meld of the lowest of lows and the highest of highs. But there was one aspect about the Boruto franchise which enabled it to push past the criticisms and the hatred. This aspect is, of course, the time skip. Now, we enter the Two Blue Vortex era, the long-awaited Boruto time skip. Ikimoto is now in full control of the franchise, both illustrating and writing, and the fans are elated as the moment they've been hyping up for 6 years is finally here. As I mentioned earlier on in the video, the Boruto narrative was the show's saving grace. It's ultimately what kept people from dropping the series. The promise of a more stoic and serious Boruto was so enticing that the build-up to that point could afford to not be the best. And well, the time skip absolutely delivered. Maybe one of the largest character flips in manga, Boruto transformed into a serious badass. He was almost unrecognizable when compared to his younger self. Ikimoto's art had finally come into its own, and the characters and their designs in Two Blue Vortex are so clean and so unique. And some of the best fight sequences are present in Two Blue Vortex, with Boruto showing off the fruits of his training. With both Naruto and Sasuke effectively sealed, Boruto is finally given his time to shine. The previous complaints about Boruto being handed everything suddenly just evaporated, all because Ikimoto decided to fully play into the prodigy aspect of Boruto's character. And it only makes sense. Boruto is the son of the most powerful Hokage of all time, and a full-blooded Hyuga. He trains under the one man who can rival Naruto, and has the powers of a literal god in the shape of a diamond on his palm.
So technically, it's Naruto with Sasuke attitude. I don't know. I never looked that up. So technically, Boruto is just Naruto. Looks like Naruto has Sasuke attitude and stoicism. Trained by Sasuke and the son of Naruto with Hyuga blood. Okay.
He is proficient in multiple jutsu and can even utilize the Flying Thunder God, the jutsu of his grandfather, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. The guy is absolutely overpowered. But because Ikimoto just leans into it, it's not seen as ridiculous, just extremely cool. The power jump from the past to the time skip is genuinely so large that it makes everything that much more exciting. As I brought up earlier, a large issue with early Boruto was that Naruto and Sasuke just felt too powerful. Both of them were there to solve every problem that was present in the series, so it still felt like the Naruto and Sasuke show instead of what it should have felt like, a show about Boruto. However, because of the later events in Next Generations, both Naruto and Sasuke lose the things that made them so powerful in the first place. Naruto loses Kurama, and Sasuke loses his Rinnegan. Due to this, neither of them have the ability to fight the high tiers within Boruto anymore, meaning that they can't solve all of Boruto's issues any longer. But now, in Two Blue Vortex, both of them are completely sealed, meaning Boruto is fully given his time to shine and has finally passed them up in terms of power. Two Blue Vortex finally feels like it's fully about Boruto. It's no longer the Naruto and Sasuke show. Boruto now has to finally deal with his issues on his own, without the help of his father and sensei. The Otsutsuki are now wildly more powerful too, and still offer such an awesome antagonistic force that readers still don't know much about. And the feelings and vibe around the series have also flipped completely, with rarely anyone complaining about aspects of the manga. The Boruto time skip was easily one of the most anticipated events in all of anime and manga. Fans would plant their feet in the ground and assure people who were skeptical that the time skip would be worth the wait and turmoil. To live up to the great expectations that everyone had for the time skip is a stroke of brilliance from all the people working on the Boruto manga. The manga is still running and will for some time, building upon the epic time skip and surely delivering some of the coolest moments in anime for fans in the future. While there has been no official announcement of a Two Blue Vortex anime, it is sure to come, gathering all the people who spoke down upon Boruto and uniting them. Of course, the quality of the anime will be a huge factor, but I doubt Studio Pierrot will be willing to risk what could potentially be one of their biggest hits. So, from utterly hated to wildly beloved, Boruto has seen its ups and downs, but the future seems extremely bright, and hopefully, it stays that way. Feel free to let me know if you've been keeping up with Boruto in the comments. Also, if you enjoyed this video, maybe like and subscribe. It would definitely mean a lot to the channel. But of course, just know that your viewership is enough for me. With all that being said, thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on, fellas. Give me 1 second. What the hell? What's that noise? Yeah, I should get rid of this thing. This thing's stupid. Anyway. Hey. The fuck? Okay. Welcome back.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video.
Okay, let's see.
I regret to inform you guys that Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto's most recent piece of work...
I already know about that. 6-3 did. There we go.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. So not too long ago, I decided to revisit Samurai 8. For those of you who are unaware, Samurai 8 is Naruto creator Masashi Kishimoto's other manga that was released and cancelled within the span of about 10 months back in March of 2020. The very short story is now collected into 5 volumes with a total of 43 chapters. Needless to say, this was quite the flop for Kishimoto, and I do feel for the guy because I really do think he wanted to break free of Naruto's shadow and prove that he could do something else, and I still think he could, but unfortunately Samurai 8 just wasn't it. Anyways, I read Samurai 8 weekly as it was coming out, and for the OGs on the channel, you might remember that I did reviews for it, but I wanted to reread it as a full piece to really see where it went wrong and what redeeming qualities it still has. So I did that, and now here I am, talking to the internet about it. So jumping right into it, I actually really enjoyed the story this time around. I think it definitely came across better and flowed better pacing-wise, being able to read it all together as opposed to waiting a week between chapters, but then again, I think that can probably be said for just about every series. I definitely remember being a lot more bored with the weekly releases though, so for anyone that did read it weekly, I highly recommend going back and reading it in its entirety to really get a feel for what Kishimoto was trying to do. But anyways, the first thing I think I should touch on in regards to Samurai 8 is its setting. This was Kishimoto's attempt at creating a sci-fi manga, which is something that he said that he always wanted to do, and partly why I think that Boruto has been leaning in that direction with the cyborgs and the scientific ninja tools and whatnot. What he's done here in Samurai 8 is taken feudal Japan era samurai and put them in a more futuristic sci-fi setting with technology and spaceships and all that good stuff. It's basically the concept behind Star Wars, but I'll get into that in a minute. I think one of the overlooked aspects of Kishimoto's work is his ability to blend the ancient with the future. Naruto was a great example of this, where a lot of the architecture and way of life was very feudal Japan.
So you did read it.
Yet they did have monitors and electricity and other technology that made the universe seem very unique in terms of its setting. It's almost like a look into a world that simply developed different from our own. And I think with Samurai 8, Kishimoto was able to deliver on that once again. The blend of high-tech sci-fi aspects and ancient samurai was done very well in my opinion. They still had dojos and swords and a traditional way of doing things, yet the world still felt like it was set far in the future. I personally would have preferred a more gritty cyberpunk-like take on this concept, but I don't think that's the vibe Kishimoto was going for, so I can't really deduct points for that. Now, as far as the power system in this universe goes, I think it definitely could have used some work to make the combat a little more entertaining. All of the fights themselves were actually really short and usually only consisting of a few attacks before somebody lost, so it definitely didn't have the same caliber of fights that Kishimoto was able to achieve in Naruto, so it was a little lackluster in that area.
But my main issue was with the power system itself because it had a lot of potential, but it suffered from being overly vague about everything. I won't go into too much detail as this isn't meant to be an explanation video, but basically samurai are created through these locker balls. A person commits seppuku in front of a locker ball, and if they are worthy enough, they will, instead of just dying, be transformed into a samurai, giving them a cybernetic body and a samurai soul. With this new body, samurai are able to control matter and gravity, which allows them to perform their basic abilities. They can sense the gravity of other people, which is basically like sensing power levels in Dragon Ball. They regenerate their limbs and their body parts, and the thing that I really didn't like was that they become immortal. That's right. Every samurai character in the series is immortal. Doesn't matter how fatal the injury, they will just regenerate like Orochimaru times 10. The only way a samurai can die is if they lose the will to fight and accept defeat. A samurai dies only if they abandon their calling as a samurai. In this case, the warrior god will forsake them and they will revert back into a locker ball state. Now this could be cool if you look at it from the perspective that it will take more than just beating someone to kill them. You have to convince them to give up, like your Naruto.
No talk jutsu? He took the no talk jutsu into concept. Bro took the he took the no talk jutsu into the seriousness. No. Now I see why this one. No. I have to convince you to fuck off? Oh, man. Man, this is some bullshit.
Or something, which could make things more interesting, but for me, I found that this just significantly lessened the stakes in every situation. It's a shonen manga, so you know that the main character is never going to give up or accept defeat, so he'll never die. The only times the stakes really felt high was when the lives of living mortals were at stake, which wasn't a lot, unless you count the enemy's overall goal to destroy and rebuild the galaxy from scratch. That being said, they did introduce an ability in the later chapters that allowed a samurai to cut another, and it didn't allow regeneration. But even still, they
in the reverse.
Die. Other than that, the samurai had
Okay, yeah, but instead of talking to someone away from the ledge, you talk them to jump into it. That's probably the easiest part.
The samurai soul blade and their holder, which is basically a pet that can turn into armor or be used as ships or mech suits or whatever. The samurai soul blade was a powerful energy blade that can cut through a large majority of things. This blade would change color based on the purity of the samurai's soul. Hachimaru, the main character, of course, had a pure white blade, but some of the villains were noted to have blades that were cloudy. It wasn't very clear on what that meant combat-wise, so I'm assuming nothing. Anyways, the vague part of this power system was really just not explaining how all of the abilities worked or what the limits were. It vaguely touched on something called H-particles, which was sort of like the power source of their abilities, and by changing the density of them, they were able to perform different things. They also had different stats: strength, speed, intelligence, technical sense, gravity, key holder, heroism, and charisma. And based on these stats, you were able to perform specific abilities depending on the ability's requirements. This was also kind of vague because while things like speed and strength are pretty self-explanatory, things like heroism and charisma seem like weird requirements to perform an ability. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but for the sake of not dwelling on it for too long, basically there was sort of too much information, but at the same time not enough, or rather, there was a lot of moving parts to the power system introduced, but never a clear connection between everything or a set of rules that was established. And I took issue with this because it's a lot easier to impress us as an audience if we are aware of how a power system works and what its limits are. That way we know when the limits are being pushed, what is to be expected, and what is beyond what is expected. It just felt like because of the unclear power system, I wasn't able to fully grasp the gravity of what was going on in a fight. No pun intended. If one dude's attack was bigger than the other guys, we just had to assume that it was stronger without any real exposition on the matter. Maybe with more time, the series would have been able to better flesh out the system and the rules of this universe, but from what we got, it just seemed like Kishimoto was introducing too many things and not quite connecting it all clearly enough. Before we move on to some of the bigger topics, I just want to quickly touch on the artwork. I think Samurai 8 has really great artwork and character design. I believe that the artist Akira Okubo has the closest to Kishimoto's art style you could get without being Kishimoto. I would say that the artwork and paneling in Samurai 8 is actually much better than it is in Boruto with Ikimoto doing the art. I think Ikimoto is doing a fine job, but Okubo definitely nailed the Kishimoto look, and the way he panels the action scenes are so fluent and easy to read. It looks really good. If they are ever working on a new Naruto project after Boruto, I definitely think they should give Okubo a call. The only issue I have with Samurai 8's art, and it is a minor one, but I feel like it could use a lot more shading. A lot of the art is kind of just left white, leaving things to feel less dynamic at times, but man, when there is shading, look how nice this looks. It's so clean. Needless to say, I don't think the artwork had anything to do with Samurai 8's cancellation. Okay, let's talk plot and characters. So Samurai 8 follows a boy named Hachimaru who dreams of becoming a samurai. At the beginning of the series, he is sick and weak and he cannot leave his home due to the life support machine that he must remain connected to. That is until he meets his soon-to-be samurai master Daruma, and his father is held hostage by a ronin. Long story short, in order to save his father's life, he commits seppuku near a locker ball and becomes a samurai. Daruma then takes him off-world on a quest to find the remaining samurai keys, who are samurai that together can open artifacts known as Pandora's Box and Mandala's Box in order to save the galaxy from...
I can see the EU banning this manga off rip. I can see them doing that off rip. Just the fact that you have to do seppuku just to get what you want. That right there will make a bunch of people like, no. No, I just use any computer paper. I use any paper. I don't really care about the paper. I don't look for the paper quality. I don't worry about that crap. Because if the drawing's good, it doesn't really matter by the paper per se, unless you're trying to do something very specific.
Certain destruction. I won't go into all of the details, but that's the gist of it. What I mentioned earlier about Samurai 8 basically being the same concept as Star Wars is this. So you have this ancient order of warriors that protect the galaxy, the samurai or the Jedi. You then have the main character who lives on this backwater planet and is secretly being hidden away from the villains, Hachimaru or Luke Skywalker. You then have the master that comes to get him one day to teach him the ways of the samurai/Jedi in order to bring him on a quest to save the universe, Daruma or Obi-Wan. But Hachimaru/Luke Skywalker is not Daruma/Obi-Wan's first apprentice. No, he had an apprentice that betrayed the good guys long ago and is now on the side of the evil samurai/Sith. Enter Atta or Darth Vader. The true villain and mastermind, however, is Atta/Darth Vader's new master, Kala/Emperor Palpatine. The reason they want to capture Hachimaru/Luke is to convince him to join them because of the latent power within him. Now, someone is known to be a samurai/Jedi because of how strong their gravity is or how strong they are in the Force. When a child has strong Force or gravity, they are sometimes taken away to become samurai or Jedi. Samurai have samurai soul blades and Jedi have lightsabers, both a type of energy blade. I could also compare Samurai 8's H particles to Star Wars midichlorians, as they are both said to connect all life, but I think you get the point. There are a lot of parallels between the two, which, as a Star Wars fan, I found interesting. But anyways, getting back on track, I think the overall concept for the plot is fine. Hachimaru finds out that he was actually a byproduct of an experiment done by the man he thought was his father while he was working for the series villains. This experiment was to create artificial samurai keys to unlock the artifact.
I can't really help you,
essentially, Hachimaru must find the real key samurai while trying to not get captured by the enemy samurai who need him to unlock the boxes. There was definitely enough plot twists and interesting story elements to keep me entertained. I think the only area that I felt was kind of lacking in my read was that things just felt a little too fast.
Pretty much space samurais.
And I don't just mean at the end because it was cancelled and they had to rush out an ending. Like, even in the beginning, it felt like things were moving a little too fast, where it might have benefited from really exploring the concepts it was introducing and having the little arcs be longer. There was one portion in particular that pissed me off where Kishimoto had set up a tournament arc as this big battle royale on an abandoned planet, but They just kind of montaged the whole thing and jumped right to the end where the villain was revealed to have set up the tournament to steal samurai keys. So this would be like if they just montaged the entire Forest of Death and tournament fights in Naruto's Chunin exams and jumped right into Orochimaru's assault. A lot of the story felt like Kishimoto was desperately trying to get things going as fast as possible to grab people's attention, but it ended up having the opposite effect for me. I think overall, a more fleshed out and detailed story would have been far more engaging to me. The fights were far too short, and the one villain they introduced outside of the main villains was very short-lived. It always felt like they were moving on to the next plotline before really utilizing the current one as much as they could. But enough of that, let me tell you what really made Samurai 8 worth the read for me. The characters. If this manga did anything right, it was its characterization. Each and every character felt so unique with their own personality quirks and semi-fleshed out stories, at least in the time that Kishimoto had to try to flesh them out. And the ones that weren't fleshed out were definitely brimming with potential to be had the story been able to continue. I don't really know how to articulate the way the cast made me feel, but it was very reminiscent to Naruto's Konoha 11 or 12 in that I could easily see any one of the characters being somebody's favorite. Nobody felt flat or uninteresting. Kishimoto's character writing was on point in Samurai 8, and you could tell that he had a lot planned for them. The main character, Hachimaru, was inspiring in a similar way to Naruto, but their personalities definitely felt different. He wasn't as loud and in-your-face as Naruto, and he questioned himself a lot, where Naruto was oftentimes blindly confident. Hachimaru had a lot of issues to overcome with how he perceived himself and what it means to be a samurai. I found that he was a main character I could really get behind and believe in as a hero, but at the same time felt really relatable to me. Especially because at first he was just a gamer who was stuck in his house, and when he was in real life battles he was constantly calling back on his gaming knowledge to aid him, which I thought was a really amazing trait for him. Honestly, I think I like Hachimaru better than Boruto as a main character, but you didn't hear me say that. I obviously can't sit here and talk about every single character in the series, but I want to give an example of my favorite instance of character writing from Samurai 8, just to really drive home the point that Kishimoto was really in his bag.
This is why I like doing digital, because digital will help you with this problem, but like this, I understand why going traditional is more important.
In the world of Samurai 8, Nanashi is a nickname for orphans who have no place in the world. When Hachimaru first meets Nanashi, he was afraid to leave his house. Much like Hachimaru, he hadn't been outside in years, and he was metaphorically invisible to everyone. He was a nobody. His only friends were actually his hands, which he spoke to and called Mr. Right and Miss Left. Hachimaru, as any good main character would, convinces him to leave his home and live his life. Hachimaru inspires Nanashi to take action, and he says to him, "If you do not draw your blade from its sheath, you will never know how fine it can cut." Nanashi then vows to meet Hachimaru again one day, but this time as a samurai. Hachimaru leaves, and we don't see Nanashi again till the end of the series, in which he actually comes to Hachimaru's rescue, just like Hachimaru did for him so long ago. Mr. Right and Miss Left become voices in his holder, and the most beautifully symbolic part of all of it was that Nanashi, as a samurai, gained the ability to traverse in an incarnate body that is like a projection of yourself, undetectable by other samurai. The irony being that him being invisible to those around him was his greatest weakness and insecurity in the beginning of the series, but it's that very same concept that ends up being his greatest strength in the end. His name was also still Nanashi, but instead of meaning nameless, it was written with the characters that mean 7 desires, which I won't get into, but actually ties back to the reason that Hachimaru's Princess Anne's late brother called himself Nanashi. So everything was interconnected and symbolic like that, and it was very reminiscent to how Kishimoto always did things like that in Naruto. Nanashi saving Hachimaru was also amazingly symbolic, not only because Hachimaru saved him, but also because in the end of the story, Hachimaru was hooked up to this machine and couldn't move, just like how he started the story on his life support. And it really moved me when Nanashi looks Hachimaru in the eyes, for the first time showing his face that's usually hidden behind his hair, signifying that he wasn't the scared boy he once was, and he says to the defeated and hopeless Hachimaru, "I thought you said you were sick of being cooped up inside." Hachimaru still then expresses his hopelessness, saying that the man he must defeat is someone that his master couldn't even defeat, and that he is trapped in this place. To which Nanashi cuts him off and replies, "If you do not draw your blade from its sheath, you will never know how fine it can cut." Hachimaru's words from the beginning of the series. This brings Nanashi's character and his relationship with Hachimaru full circle, and I just can't get over how beautiful it was. Before I wrap this up, I just want to say that Kishimoto was actually well on his way to writing one of the best female characters he ever has as well, with Hachimaru's Princess Anne. She was a great character on her own, not just as an accessory to Hachimaru, and the love story developing between her and Hachimaru was so much more natural feeling and interesting than the relationships he developed in Naruto. So it sucks that we didn't get to see that play out fully. Anyways, I suppose I've rambled on long enough. I just don't plan on making any more Samurai 8 videos after this, so I wanted to make sure that I really spoke about everything I wanted to before I put this manga on my shelf to collect dust forever. In conclusion, Samurai 8 had some flaws when it came to its power system and the explanations for things in the universe, which made it difficult for me to really get as immersed as I would have liked to be, but I think that the story had some really well thought out plot points, symbolism, and character writing that would have been so amazing had the series gotten to be as long as Kishimoto wanted it to be. I think the best way to say it is that Samurai 8 had a lot of potential, but it unfortunately just didn't grab people's attention enough to keep it from getting the axe, which is really a shame because I think that Samurai 8 would have been a massive hit in the market like 10 years ago. I find that Kishimoto's writing needs a longer amount of time to really see the impact and how everything relates. And I feel like the current state of shonen and the current audiences just didn't allow for that this time. It's sad, but it is what it is. At any rate, I highly recommend you go check out Samurai 8 if you haven't, even though if you watch this video, some things are now spoiled for you, but it's definitely worth the short read. And like I said, if you read Samurai 8 weekly, I recommend going back to revisit it like I did. It's definitely a better experience the second time around, in my opinion. Oh, I guess I should probably answer the question I asked in the title. Did Samurai 8 deserve to be cancelled? No, I don't think so. From a business standpoint, yeah, if it wasn't profitable, but from an artistic standpoint, I think that the series had a lot it could have offered if less people had slandered it and more people had just not listened and gave it a chance to really get going. Would it have been as good as Naruto? No, probably not, but I definitely could have seen it developing a large fan base, just like Boruto, Black Clover, and some of the other largely hated on shonen were able to do. Anyways, that's going to be all. This video is probably way too long for a 5-volume manga, but we out here. Leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Let me know down in the comments below what you thought of Samurai 8. Subscribe if you're new to the channel for more Boruto, Naruto, and other anime and manga content, and I will see you guys next time. Peace out.
She just comes out of nowhere. Okay. Gotcha. There we go. Hold on, guys. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, I didn't like that too much. If you really think about it, they never really defeated they never really truly defeated Madara. He was just unfortunately overtaken by Kaguya. I didn't really think about it. Mike, you still here, bud? Mm-hmm. In a weird way, they never really defeated Madara. They just conveniently got defeated. Yeah.
The day lizards become women. I mean, the day women become lizards. I mean, okay, look, obviously we're not on some Scientology show. Fluorite is a girl who is also a lizard, and when you look at her tail, she hits you with a... If there's any reason you'll play this game, it's because of her or my favorite Valley Girl. Now that I have your attention, Arknights Enfield is a video game, and in today's video, I will be explaining to you in great detail why Arknights Enfield is one of my favorite anime gacha games I have ever played. But this isn't an official review or anything, and to be honest, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. There's a couple issues with this game, and I plan to get into them. My name is Braxphone, but you can call me Brax, and this video is in fact sponsored by Arknights Enfield, which is really funny because that means somebody at the Griffline studio had to sit through this entire schizo post. You might be asking yourself, what is Arknights Enfield even about? And the TLDR is, Arknights Enfield is about an endman or endwoman whose goal it is to stop the oncoming apocalypse and manifest destiny. Wait, that's not quite it. Arknights Enfield is a game where you build a huge factory and get sniffed by anime girls. Nope, not that either. Arknights Enfield is a game where you meet fluent-speaking Italians. Can I give up? When you log in, you're greeted by a catastrophic sequence of events, and surprise, you have amnesia. I can't remember what other games that's happened in. The blow is quickly softened, though, when you see how many free gacha pulls are in your inbox. You arrive in Italy. You arrive in Valley 4, which has a station in the hub. In that area, you learn about your important status as administrator. Most of the story afterwards is just about how badass you are and how much power you have that you don't remember. I'm not really going to get into the story much because I want you to experience it for yourself without spoilers. But I will say that compared to CBT1, there is a lot more content in CBT2, including more story and more regions. One of the first things that I noticed about Enfield was how different the world felt from every 3D gacha I've played before. It feels very JRPG inspired, where it's open for you to explore, but not exactly unguided. It still wants to lead you places and allow you to discover things down those paths. But it also has a beautiful art style, and the lighting is icing on the cake that really makes everything shine, including the characters. These characters have some of the best looking anime 3D models I have ever seen. Arknights has always been known for its amazing character designs, and Enfield should be praised for it too, because these characters are gorgeous. There are a mix of 6 stars, 5 stars, and 4-star characters. They have something for everybody in this game. Cute girls, cute men, hot men, hot men, hot men. Aside from the main character, Enfield's characters are all part animals, enough to contribute to their own designs in a positive way, and not always enough to make it weird. Well,
I love how you can have
fresh air and cute girls, cute men, hot men, hot men, hot men. Aside from the
he named 4 different he showed 4 different attractive men just now, right? But some bitch is going to look at this and say, not all women look like that. I bet you some idiot woman's going to come in here, or some simp feminist idiot is going to come in here and look at this and say, why all the women look like that? Not all women look like this. Why we need more women, different body types? I'm like, did you not see the men? It's both the same way. Like, what the fuck is this?
The main character, Enfield's characters are all part animals, enough to contribute to their own designs in a positive way, and not always enough to make it weird. Well, most of the time. The characters' designs complement their kits, and each character's kit is unique. All of the characters' kits and designs make combat feel very cool. Enfield's combat is a breath of fresh air in a genre that's currently plagued by games all doing the exact same thing over and over. You see, the game's combat is very simple in its execution. You have essentially what is 2 buttons, your abilities and your combo skill button. But rather than to make combat centered around one on-field character spamming their abilities over and over, Enfield is more focused on team play and team building. All of your team is on field at the same time, and to activate skills you have to wait until you have enough skill points, otherwise known as SP. SP is gained over time by nailing a perfect dodge or by using other characters' abilities that grant SP. Because your actual player skill affects how much SP you get, the higher skilled players will play faster and see higher damage, and it's not just about the order you press buttons in. Enfield is less about strict rotations and more about how you build your team and how you react to different situations. It feels very different from other 3D gachas in this respect. It's more similar to a game like Xenoblade. Everything in Arknights Enfield is about efficiency and finding ways to automate, and if you team up the right units, you can make the combat go from a slow spam left-click game to a fast-paced caffeinated cameraman simulator. Overall, Enfield's combat operates a lot like its factory system. If you put in the time to understand combo skills and team building, the teams basically operate themselves. Combat only makes up like 10% of the gameplay in this game though, and a lot of it's by spending stamina, since that's how you get materials to progress your characters, just like other gacha games. If you run out of stamina though, there's plenty of world to explore, or you can eat cancer rocks to get more stamina. One of the cooler things about Enfield is how they handle endgame progression, with your characters maxing out at level 99. I don't know what it is, but I feel way more like I'm playing an actual video game with the Campus 99. The real endgame though is farming essences, which are essentially mods for your weapons that give stat bonuses. By combining them, you can increase the stats, and they're not fully random or anything, since you can go to farm them and choose specific stats to look for. And if you're a fan of war crimes, you can place 1,000,000 turrets right where the enemies spawn. The other 90% of the game is a combination of world exploration, story, and factory, the latter of which a lot of people are probably going to hate. But I don't. In fact, thanks to Enfield, I've discovered my favorite brand of autism hyperfixation. The factory is how you can get unlimited of everything except for character-specific progression items. These items include, but are not limited to, healing items, character gear, and more cancer rocks. But to first begin your multi-billion-dollar mass production regime, you need to mine some rocks, and then make a mining rig, which will deliver you more rocks. Then you refine some rocks, make some equipment, mine some more rocks. Put it in the equipment, grab the new rocks, get another outpost, submit the rocks to that outpost, make some more mining rigs, but these ones need electricity. Uh-oh, now you need to make electricity. Something cool. Time to turn rocks into electricity. Then connect the pylons. New pylon. Connect pylons. Repeat until you're a miner again. Mine the new rocks. Make more equipment. Put the rocks in the equipment. Refine the rocks.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking... No!
Congratulations, you have created green tier gloves. But don't forget, you are the CEO of whatever's going on here, so you can keep your employees working indefinitely to crash the market with oversupply. Because the factory must grow, and as you continue to grow the factory, you will unlock more tools to make it more efficient and create even better items. There is no stamina tied to character gearing. The only things limiting you are the stock market and the amount of work you put in. Except not even that's true, because you can just copy someone else's blueprint they post online and skip the whole factory part if it's not your kind of thing. It's like capitalism, except you can take full advantage of it regardless of whether or not you were born in the 1900s. Speaking of capitalism, let me introduce you to one of my favorite pastimes, day trading. In Enfield, there are many different currencies, and one of them is stock vouchers. These stock vouchers allow you to do crazy things like expand your factory space, give gifts to your imaginary girlfriend, and my favorite, market manipulation.
True.
You jerk off.
Buy low, sell high is the name of the game, but in this world, you don't have to worry about waiting for the price to go high again. You can just go to your friend's world where the prices are high instead and totally and completely obliterate their stock market. I would not recommend doing this in real life. There are other ways to get V-Bucks as well, but I'm going to save that and the other 10,000 things I didn't mention in this video for a guide in the future. I'm going to knock that list down to 9,999 things now and talk about the gacha, which, as all things are in this video, is subject to change. The gacha in Arknight's Enfield operates like all other 3D gachas, but with a twist. You still have a 50-50 with a 0.8% chance at a 6-star, and there's a hard pity for a 6-star at 80 pulls. However, if you go to 120 pulls on a banner, the rate-up character is guaranteed. This is a lower cost than many other 50-50 gacha games on the market, but this also means in order to make sure you don't miss a character, you need to save up 120 pulls, because on the next banner, that 120 counter will be reset. However, the pity for a 6-star stays the same, meaning if you spend 50 pulls on a banner, you will be 50 out of 80 pulls to a 6-star on the next banner, but 0 out of 120 pulls to the guaranteed character. The saving grace in this system is that 6-star characters remain on the next 2 banners following their debut, meaning that if you don't get Levitate on her banner, the next 2 banners after will have a chance to drop her still, even though she won't be rate up, which is far better than the characters disappearing forever until a rerun with no other chances to get them. Another positive about Enfield's gacha is that every drop is a character, rather than getting random weapons between. This means that your 4-star characters will all get max copied pretty easily, and some of them are really strong, at least right now, as of making this video. Also, if you spend 60 pulls on one banner, you get a free 10 pull on the next banner, so kind of like a rebate. Now, speaking of weapons, the weapon banner is really weird, because the way you get currency is tied to the character gacha, but to be honest, I kind of like it. Pulling on the character banner gives you weapon banner currency, with a 6-star giving you 2,000 of it. However, you don't have to pull a 6-star character to get currency, that's just the highest amount of currency you'll get per character. The weapon banner costs 1980 of that currency to do a 10 pull, and every 40 pulls you are guaranteed a 6-star weapon. The drop chance of a 6-star is 4%, and every time you hit it, it's a 25% chance to be the rate up. Essentially what this means is that you are guaranteed to get some character signature weapons over time, and even more than that, you'll get a ton of usable usable weapons just by pulling on characters. On top of that, the acquisition center where you pull for weapons also has a rotational shop where you can just buy weapons straight up. Even though you might get less of the characters you're looking for, those characters are more likely to feel complete, and even if you miss their weapon, you'll likely have some sort of strong substitute. I would rather hook my nipples up to a car battery than roll another 50-50 in a gacha game though, so even though I think the positives do outweigh the negatives as far as this specific game's gacha goes, it still really bothers me. For players who play gacha games and don't usually get character weapons, I think this will be exciting, but I don't think that applies to everyone. I'm not saying this gacha is the worst thing in the world. In fact, compared to other 3D gacha games, I think it's actually quite good, but I definitely think it could be better, and at the same time, they could still make enough money to buy an entire country. Thus, I do think the gacha may turn away some players who are really looking forward to this game, which is a shame because the game is really fun. There's nothing I'd rather be doing than manifesting destiny and letting hot women degrade me.
How did that get through?
I will say though that the game is still in beta, and usually these kinds of builds are pretty far out from what the actual game is going to be like, even if the beta is close to the release of the game, so hopefully things turn out better. Arknight's Enfield isn't for everybody, but it has something for everybody. For some players it has Arknight's character designs, for others it has a complex factory system, and for me it has midriff. The world is beautiful, the music perfectly matches the vibe, the characters look amazing, there's tons of content, and the combat is fantastic if you take the time to read character kits. So I guess maybe it's not for gacha players. But all of these things are why I'm so excited for Arknight's Enfield and why it's probably one of my favorite anime gachas I have ever played. At the end of the day, it's still a gacha game, so you're still getting shafted. But with these character designs, I don't know that I would really mind getting shafted. Re-register for Arknight's Enfield down below. The link's down below. Click on it.
Hold on. Wait, what? Oh, you have to be a student to make that request. I just realized what you said. I was like, what? You have to be a student to make a request.
Today we delve deep.
When was this posted? 2 years ago. Oh, Bri, can you contact Mikey, see if he's available?
Welcome to the X-Files, where today we look at a more recent Shonen Jump manga that got cancelled despite receiving an outpour of love from many fans. Let's boot up its file. Full name, Mama Yuyu. Created by Yoshihiko Hayashi. Start date, September 11th, 2023. End date, April 8th, 2024. Total chapters, 29, plus 5 bonus chapters, totaling to 34
Thanks,
chapters.
bud.
For the English translation, we have a few people to thank, including David Evelyn for translation, Finn Kay for lecturing, Ian Miller for design, and Urian Brown for editing. Onto our bio for Yoshihiko Hayashi. They are a newer mangaka to the scene, but have been quite prolific.
I've heard that was the first one. I forgot what was the anime called, but there was an anime that was cancelled and got a full adaptation. Anime adaptation, which was kind of strange. That was kind of new. What it was called? I think it's called Black something.
Curiously, I think the first recorded work I can find from them isn't an official one-shot, though, but a Tokyo Seven Sisters Dojinshi or fan art book, with that series being a musical rhythm game about idols. For their first one-shot, Hayashi would create Lovely Runners High as an entrant in Jump's New World Manga Award that would see a widespread release in Jump Plus in July of 2021, with it later being republished in Jump Giga's autumn issue of 2021. This is a sports cross romance story about two kids named Keiichi and Miharu who both run track and field, with the latter aiming to reach the national level and Keiichi trying to catch up to her. In Hayashi's first outing, we see their penchant for emotional stories that interweave tragic and romantic elements. The focus on people growing up and youth is another thing that will crop up again and again too. Following this, Hayashi would enter the 101st Tezuka Award with Octokill, getting an honorable mention, but sadly this hasn't been published anywhere from my knowledge. But its premise is that some kind of aliens have invaded in the year 2035, and unlike a lot of his other one-shots by Hayashi, this is a battle manga. More competitions would follow, as next, Ii ni kaita mochi wo kaita mochi, or Making a Pie in the Sky, would be an entrant for the 2022 Gold Future Cup, featured in issue 43 of Weekly Shonen Jump 2022, losing to Koi no Yobi no Sasaki-san, which I've mentioned in quite a few videos before. Even though it wouldn't win the competition, this is a brilliant one-shot about two girls, Shinomiya and Konami, one who plays the trumpet and another who draws, and how their actions affect and inspire one another. Again, this has a dramatic emotional focus, but there's clear improvement here, with Hayashi illustrating some fantastic spreads and their art style really coming into its own. The focus on sound in particular in a purely visual medium is definitely something worth noting as well. Hayashi always attempts to get creative within the bounds of the manga format, and this is a great early example of this. Next, we would then see Heno Heno Moheji Tobo Ningen to Pantsu, or Learning to Draw a Goofy Face, Stick Figure, and Undies, which would be released in Jump Plus in October of 2022.
What the fuck? That's the whole name of it?
Conceptually, this is a weirder entry by Hayashi that follows the main character who has a disease where everyone perceives them as a stick man. The one-shot follows their relationship with the world around them, and most notably their bully, which sparks a romance. The art here is creative, fun, and we see elements of light erotic humor, which would be present in future works. In the span of just 2 years, Hayashi had amassed a portfolio of strong work that are great exhibitions of his stranglehold over emotional stories. Each one made me feel something, and it's usually a bittersweet combination of feelings.
That's a weird one.
This is helped greatly by his artwork, which is expressive and very unique, which I'll go on to mention more as we evaluate today's main topic, which is Mama Yu Yu, debuting a year after Hayashi's last one-shot in Shonen Jump issue 41 of 2023. Mama Yu Yu begins by introducing us to a world of heroes and demons, but things are less fantastical and more peaceful than you might initially expect. Instantly, the story flexes its creativity with this dense double-page spread depicting the main character, Coolio, walking through town, and afterwards we're treated to an interview section that leads into some of the most expressive paneling we've ever seen in Jump as the chapter progresses. The way Mama Yu Yu plays around with its format, in both how it frames situations like through the interview and how it panels everything, makes it very fun to read. This is something I want to get across as quickly as possible, and anyone who has read the manga will likely mention this aspect of it right off the bat. Equally as important, though, is who we will be following throughout the story. Coolio, we quickly learn, is the current hero of this world, and at all times there will be one hero and one demon king, which in this case is Mamama, his mother figure, who he has a tenuous relationship with at the moment. He was born after the previous hero, Halo, sacrificed himself to end the war between heroes and demons once and for all. As such, in this age of peace, not much is thought of Coolio, and people don't even seem to remember his name correctly. His role as a hero isn't very necessary, and
so what, is it like the Avatar?
It's applying here, as one of the things Mama Yu Yu is trying to explore is the notion of what a hero even is. Through Coolio, heroism as an idea is tackled. He is conflicted about that role and label. What does it mean to him? Should he live up to it? What does he need to do to live up to that moniker? Beyond becoming a hero, I think there's also a general coming-of-age journey going on here, where Coolio is questioning his purpose, which is pretty natural for a young adult of his age. The peaceful times begin to change, though, as a hero from a different world manifests in Coolio's, Evan Allgreen, who brings with him the news that it's likely a demon lord will follow him to this world as well. Through Evan, we get his perspective on heroism and info on the manga's power system, sigil sorcery. Each hero and demon king should have an individual power which ties into the symbol on their hands, though Coolio's is yet to manifest and he's never heard about this before. The series will dig into this as it progresses.
Reminds me of something,
Evan
but I
also
can't
tells
think of it
Coolio
right now.
he must search for his own answers regarding heroism and not seek them from others, further pushing that this is a story about Coolio finding himself. Upon rereading this, it's really apparent as Mama Yuyu has a lot of scenes full of dialogue between Coolio and other characters. There's as much yapping as there is fighting, and it lends a certain richness to the characters despite the series' short length. As typical as Coolio is a modern shonen battle protagonist, how he's explored is pretty engaging. You get to see him change bit by bit and ponder what the many other characters of the story convey to him. In the initial chapters, one of the characters he interacts with the most is Mamama, his mother. She's someone who has had the life experience Coolio hasn't. She was there when the Age of Peace was formed and only wants the best for Coolio, but in hyper-focusing in that, she looks past the unique issues Coolio faces by being branded a hero and the more broad issue of him not understanding his place in the world. Their chat in the first chapter, where they both open up and Coolio says maybe he shouldn't have been born, is almost the crux for everything in the entire story that will be revisited by the end. There's a realness to this dialogue, and I love this page in particular that's cyclically laid out. I think it's purposely made like this so your eyes wander a bit and loop around, as at this juncture, Coolio doesn't know how to respond to his mother after she's so emotionally open with him. Thoughts regarding important conversations
I
or
can see
questions
that. Okay.
like what is my purpose can often be confusing and cyclical. I think this is a beautiful artistic representation of that. Something else that prevents Coolio from properly responding is the advent of another Demon Lord entering their world. The one that's followed Evan, Demon Lord N. The world is engulfed in shadow. Its presence makes people hemorrhage, blood pouring out of them due to its intense pressure. End is an amalgamation of facial features, hands, and flesh that seems borderline obsessed with Evan, who mentions that this is only a fraction of its true size and power, so it's the perfect opportunity to kill it. But alongside doing this, Evan remarks that it's also the perfect time to kill Coolio as well, to assume his position of the hero of this world, as he has nowhere to return to. The conversation of what it means to become a hero resumes here, with Coolio finding out at least an initial answer to that question. A hero is someone who is always protecting something, which he does. Despite Evan's pretty evil intentions in taking his place, Coolio pushes Evan out of the way and saves his life. Maybe it's because he's been labeled one over and over, or it's besides that fact, Coolio realizes as he dies that a hero is something he might have always wanted to be, which is why he acted on this final heroic impulse. Evan, seeing this act, is taken aback. We only get to know snippets about him here, that the world he lived in was a harsh, uninhabitable one, one in which he killed friend and foe alike. He lost his heart, but sees Coolio still possesses his and has the will to protect others. He realizes that it'd be better if the burgeoning hero Coolio lives instead of himself, so he sacrifices his life. Coolio then wakes up to a crying Mamama, and the stage is now set for this reverse isekai that will see Coolio's vision of heroism challenged by numerous visiting heroes and demons.
Wait, what?
Despite all of what's occurred, this is just the very beginning, so Coolio is still doubtful of his position and is still searching for what being a hero means to him.
There will be more?
Different elements throughout the series are tackled that pertain to heroism, or Coolio's search for purpose. Protecting others, receiving praise, or thank yous from others, attaining power, and attaining allies are some of the things touched on. Self-sacrifice is another one which is touched on, and this feeds into Mamama's protective behavior, as she doesn't want to see Coolio hurt like the prior hero whom she loved. I think you can also parallel this with her not wanting Coolio to leave the nest, so to speak, while also recognizing now that she needs to let him grow, since he's his own person and needs to make sense of his place in the world. And what better way to leave the nest than to go on a massive quest to meet other heroes and demons, plus a training arc since Coolio needs to get stronger, which he does under the supervision of Panelo. He's a bit of an underused character, but I enjoy whenever he does pop up. While the two train, he relays the info about the series' core premise again, that heroes and demons from other worlds are gathering in this one, and they already have one in custody, the hero Alicia Woolpool, who has an immaculate design with this super fluffy hair, and Coolio is immediately taken aback by her because he lacks experience with girls. Some people have expressed confusion with the inclusion of romance elements in the series, though I think it works considering that learning about yourself often means meeting new people and forming new connections, which can include romantic ones.
I'm not sure what that
The
is.
initial meeting between these two
not
is a
a
bit of a
person.
disaster, but I love that it's rectified by Coolio telling Alicia, who is running away, that running through a red traffic light means she'll die. It's a funny joke for one, it's true to an extent. It's the type of rule that exists for her own safety, but he's also taking advantage of her not knowing anything about this world. The expressions the two make really sell it too. I'm not one for explaining jokes wholesale, but I did want to bring this one up as the series can be surprisingly funny at times. Mama Yu Yu continues by introducing a variety of demons and heroes, all of which are from different worlds, and now is as good a time as any to run through some. We've just brought up Alicia, the bubbly fish out of water hero, but she has a counterpart we meet in the next arc, Kuptula, a demon lord with ice powers who fights against Coolio and Alicia in a tag team match at one point. Escaba is another demon lord who joins up with Coolio and betrays them pretty much instantly. Despite the short time frame for his introduction, I feel like it works since just prior there's this talk about trust and his motivations, which does endear you to him. And this goes on to further differentiate the different types of people who are warping into Coolio's world. Some are amicable, like Alicia, some might be flat-out surface-level evil, but Escaba is much more conniving and tricky, which is reflected in his shadow-based power, which he uses to defenestrate Coolio. Since we're covering him, the first fight with Escaba, I think, is a really good instance of one of Mama Yu Yu's strengths. I seldom comment on fights in manga, as they're not really what I read for, but I appreciate a level of strategy and tactical consideration, and this fight exhibits just that. Gradually, we've been building the idea of sigil stocks. Everyone's sigil powers have limited uses, which is important to think about during fights. And Escaba's powers rely on shadow, so Coolio goes on to break nearby lights to quell them, making his powers useless. It's simple but smart and illustrated very well with a lot of momentum. Moving on, Escaba's parallel hero is another example of a character being pretty different. Even though they are a hero, they are difficult to deal with, and for a period act as an adversary. Ralfred is a hero who still has his prejudices of demon lords still intact and isn't easy to win over. The arc featuring him explores the idea that different heroes and demons possess different cultures and beliefs, foreign to Coolio's, which feeds into Mama Yu Yu's broader narrative of the characters finding their selves or purpose. Minerva, a fan favorite, battles with Ralfred and is a demon lord on the good guy's side. She's a demon martial arts idol, and yes, I'm aware that's the coolest thing ever, and she's from a world where humanity has been completely wiped out. But in this scenario, she recognizes which side is fighting for peace and joins Coolio.
So wait, so it's the whole premise of this whole anime is that these are different heroes from parallel universes who's coming to this world to what? Stop their particular villain who destroyed their world? In his? Is that how that works? I'm thinking that's how it goes. Thank you for that, Epic. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is that how that works? I think that's how it works. Because it feels that way, but I'm not sure if I'm hearing this right.
Her up against Ralfred is great. We get to confront his prejudice, and both characters are so hot-blooded, it lends itself to an excellent brawl. She further enhances her fight.
We get a lot of this here. That's my whole premise of my stuff.
Sparklies, which draw people's attention. Within the manga itself, this is used to great effect in the paneling in some almost fourth wall breaking ways that draw your eyes to the sparkle effects, just like her enemies are drawn to them as well. It's really impressive in how creative this is. Characters possessing these unique abilities that reflect their personalities also adds to the idea of every character being different. Their perspectives and beliefs are all varied, and Coolio comprehending and learning about them to become a fuller human, as well as to understand what his definition of a hero is something I feel adds a lot to the series if you take this perspective. So far, it sounds like absolute chaos with how I'm explaining things and with how many characters there are.
I am a teacher, so if you want to become a student, you can be a student as a member, or if you don't, you can always watch my tutorials that are there.
Multiple chapters before its reveal, a trope I really like. Grisha is our main villain of the story. He acts with whimsy, treating the events that unfold like his toy box, and is pretty manic in his goals, having allied himself with Demon Lord N from the beginning of the story. One of my favorite aspects about him is, in contrast to Coolio, who is trying to understand the characters he meets no matter their affiliation, Grisha actively preys on prejudice and differences to create conflict. For the heroes of the story, it's an uphill battle as they have to build trust and acceptance between each other. I think throughout there is this through line or idea that's explored of the good or kindest outcomes being the hardest to reach, or ones that take a significant amount of effort. While some outcomes that are the easiest have caveats that hurt others either directly or through being part of a broken system, like every world being split into heroes and demons, which tends to breed conflict. In Coolio's world, this split has been dealt with, and there's peace, but other worlds aren't so fortunate, like the world of the Demon Lord Monica and hero Sadako. These two are introduced in a later arc, which sees Coolio and co gather allies for a future assault on Grisha's base. Monica is a demon lord
Pats?
the group
Oh,
managed
you
to
mean a
apprehend
tab?
in a prior
It's
fight.
in the
She's a young girl
right
with the
hand side
ability
right
to
here.
turn into various animal forms, who was manipulated by Grisha due to how young and
Excuse me.
she was.
One of the
Sensing
pads right
Coolio's
there.
good nature, she accompanies him and Alicia to a theme park where we get a really
It's in the
fun
right
little
hand,
arc with a little
right
downtime.
bottom,
but
round
we
right,
also get to learn a bit
where you
more
see that
about
little
her
like
world
purse
and
thing.
Sadako too, who resides
Icon.
in a haunted house. The question of what a hero is also brought up here again, directly and indirectly, both through Sadako, who is far from your prototypical hero. Ghost powers, a villainous appearance, and someone who accepted the easy status quo of her world. One which doomed every demon lord to die by age 10, which includes Monica. What's heroic about capitulating to a system that murders children at the cost of peace? The series doesn't dwell on this much, but it is there in the background, and I admire at least it attempting to make a hero that's so wishy-washy like Sadako, who might not have had the courage or knowledge to stand up to her world's flawed systems. When asked by Coolio about heroism, she posits the idea that a hero is someone with allies, friends who will always have their back due to a deep well of respect and admiration. And while this is speculation, perhaps Sadako is someone without this and had no one to confront her lack of action, leading to her reclusive nature. Many might cite this arc as Mama Yuu's weakest, but it's still clearly working through its themes, building characters, and providing us with different challenges for our heroes to overcome. A prime case for this is the Little training arc. With Sadako's help, we get to see Coolio fight against the world's old heroes. Figures Coolio respects, ones he thinks embody heroism from a historical perspective. So it's fitting that he, a prospective hero, struggling with what that moniker means to him, gets to fight them. It both challenges him physically and mentally, both his strength as a character from this will grow, and his literal character
It's the exact
as
same
he's
one I
engaging
have.
with his arc's core theme of answering what a hero is. With
You
training
will
done,
need a
it's now
PC to
time
use
start
it
the
though.
final arc, an assault on Grisha's
So that might be a
Before the
problem.
main event, though, we actually have a few
Or a
bonus
laptop, I
chapters to
think.
start
It can
in.
work with laptops,
Mama
I believe.
Yuu's original run was actually 29 chapters long, but with the volume release, 5 brand new chapters were added. 3 at the very end and 2 in between chapters 24 and 25, rearranging things slightly, but it's as if these chapters always existed and were planned, to be honest, as all they really do is flesh out the characters and add other fights we didn't get to see in the weekly Jump release. We get to see Escaba and Ralfred's showdown, which is cool, but ultimately it ends with them talking, working things out through understanding and not violence. Beyond just Coolio, I love that the series practices what it preaches and offers supplementary characters with arcs that build on this idea of coming to an understanding with others, not through violence but through compassion. After these chapters, Grisha vs. Coolio takes center stage, and Coolio has vastly improved beyond Grisha's expectations with his catalogue of new sigil sorceries. But something else has been brewing which overshadows the both of them, which is the fragment of Demon Lord End that's attached itself to Grisha. In an amazing sequence, it appears out of the darkness. The conventions of the manga and space are played around with here, which give way to some lavish, hyper-detailed illustrations of the grotesque End. A mass of flesh, screaming to see Evan once more. Coolio isn't alone in this confrontation though, as before he gets to approach End, he first gets a pep talk and an explanation of what's been going on behind the scenes by his predecessor, Halo. Halo has a sigil sorcery that lets him erase and recreate things. He used this to erase a few things from his world, the world Coolio and Mamama are from, namely the concept of weaponry and the concept of sigil sorceries, in an attempt to make a more peaceful world.
That's good.
Which ended with him succeeding. There's some really nice discussion here by the characters in Halo about him wanting to believe in humanity, which he uses as a justification for wholesale not removing concepts like violence and anger, thinking that we as people have some inherent good and will be able to talk things out and understand each other. Alongside this question of what a hero is, Mama Yu ties in violence and how we approach conflict, and that becomes most evident from this point onwards. Classically, a hero beats the Demon Lord through violence. Conflict ends when one side is vanquished. There is some dialogue where Halo states, "There's no goal that's more clear-cut than malice." I think the manga has shown this idea well by the ease at which Grisha assembled people through hatred versus Coolio having a much harder time convincing his allies to fight alongside him. Building on this, Coolio's influence ends up extending to his friends who also seek more difficult...
fuck no. Oh, this is 50-something minutes. I didn't know. I thought it was like 20 minutes. Oh my god. Okay. 20 minutes in. Okay, if we're gonna watch this, I'm gonna put it on 1.5 speed. Oh no, I can't. Fuck.
But peaceful solutions to conflict through talking, like Ralph read with the Scaba. There's a lot of this with the manga, and I think it tackles the idea of facing conflict through discussions quite well, in a way that's not overly saccharine or cheap.
Not yes or no. I just don't find them horror or scary.
Harrowing events that's led
it's just
to the
more of shock
they
value, if
possess when we're
anything.
introduced to them in the story. So many times are these characters the victims of a lack of communication or of a larger societal force or pressure. But I think what it ends up saying is that these aren't the faults of the individual, and
I never found watching or
how they affect us going forward.
any type of manga that is supposed to be scary. I just find them either it's supposed to be just grotesque for the sake of being grotesque, or in concept or in theory. But usually it's never scary or gives you nightmares. It's just for shock half the time, in my head.
But at the same time, it also shows that there is hope.
Also trying to prove some form of point, metaphorically or not.
And this wraps back around to Demon Lord End and the hero Evan. I've mentioned sigils a bit throughout this video. Demons and heroes alike have them, and with them they use different sorceries. It's the battle system. Depending on when they get these, at what age, basically their powers will vary in strength, with the strongest being what's known as a mother sigil, sigils that form while a baby is still yet to be birthed. In Evan and End's world, humans and demons remain divided, and when the human side birthed the hero with a mother sigil, the demons took initiative to get a demon with a mother sigil of their own, so they wouldn't be defenseless. This is the "you have a gun, so I have to have a gun" approach,
too.
Or "your country has a nuke, so we have to have a nuke too."
Yep.
The problem here is these sigils only manifest when a previous sigil holder, in this case a demon lord, dies. And generally, sigil holders are always children, but mother sigils are exceedingly rare. Artificially producing one would require the systematic slaughter of these child sigil bearers one by one until a mother sigil could be birthed, and no individual or government in their right mind would ever do this, right? So, after 3,800 attempts, 3,800 slaughtered children, End is the result. A demon with a mother sigil. It doesn't end there though, with her backstory further mentioning torture as a way to get her to react when she wouldn't do anything due to the insane levels of trauma that resulted in her conception. It's unapologetically bleak, perhaps too much, too edgy for some, but I think it does well to get across the wanton cruelty broader institutions or groups of humans can inflict to attain some sort of power or advantage. Despite all of this, for a period of time, End manages to survive, and that's because of a chance meeting with the hero Evan after an escape attempt. That spark of kindness and camaraderie they share for a brief moment keeps her going, until she hears of Evan's passing, which is when she breaks and kicks off the events of the series. She revives Evan with her sorcery, one that lets her revive the dead, potentially explaining the amalgamation of bodies she is or is representing all the dead children that were the prerequisite for her birth, a chilling thought. Evan, now revived, then uses his sorcery to warp out of this broken world, finding himself into Coleo's with End following suit, which leads back to the very beginning of the manga. Later on we get a bit more on Evan and learn of how constrained he felt due to the burden of the powers he'd been bestowed with. He distanced himself from others as to not hurt them, but due to this and him not reaching out or staying longer with End, it led to the worst possible outcome. It's not something either are at fault for. The horrible circumstances thrust upon both of them led to this. The very idea of heroes and demon lords, the sigils, the structure and governments of the world taking advantage of these titles are to blame here. Coleo gets to confront End after this, and there isn't a fight, just a discussion about all of this, revealing End's backstory and the fact that Coleo was brought back using End's sigil sorcery, Corpse Conclave. To explain things further, just in case you haven't read or have forgotten things, since it does get a bit confusing here, Coleo's powers throughout the story aren't his.
Just to be clear, this is a cancelled manga, so if you feel like he's just spoiling, yes he is, but then again, this is this manga is cancelled, so yeah. So you think of just going to read it, you can go read it still, but it's cancelled, so don't expect it to have a sequel series or anything like that, or chapters. So
Evans, and Evan's sigil sorcery was the ability to copy and keep multiple sigil sorceries, explaining the levitation, teleportation, healing, and fire, while everyone else only ever had one. To resurrect Coleo after he died in Chapter 1, this sorcery was used by Evan, mimicking it from End, tying Coleo to End, so if she passes on, so will Coleo. End, full of grief, remarks, much like Coleo at the beginning of the series, that her existence is one that only brings misfortune to others and that she should have never been born. But her existing, her powers being used to resurrect Coleo, let him meet new friends and come to terms with the fact that his peaceful life with a loving mother is something incredibly blessed. Coleo being here and talking to End is also proof that her power is capable of saving others and enriching their lives, even if she is partially the cause of his initial death. She also never asked for any of this, and ultimately her goal was just to see Evan, to feel loved and understood. So following that logic, Coleo transfers Evan and his powers back to End so that they can be reunited. He then falls back down to Earth, and we wrap up our other major plot thread, Grisha. Grisha is kind of odd, and I feel is the real victim of Mama Yu's cancellation, but him being less fleshed out makes some level of sense, since he's meant to be a rather shallow character. He's a dimensional patrol member, presumably someone who was assigned to deal with End and Evan, who broke continuity, but he ends up taking things into his own hands, seeing it as his opportunity to grow in strength so he can just lord over every dimension. Sometimes it's okay to have simpler villains like this, especially if they work as the thematic antithesis of your protagonist. He is someone who wants power for power's sake, who will trample on others no matter what, and always resorts to malicious and violent means. As much as Coleo wants to talk people down, and he does try, he tries with Alfred, Escaba, Sadako, End to varying degrees. In this case, we are presented with someone who will not listen to reason and doesn't care, so it does come down to a fight. It's a quick one, but it involves everyone, and the focus for the most part is on minimizing damage to the surrounding area because Grisha summons these two massive warships, which is so out of left field, and I wonder if it has any significance I'm overlooking. It's a cool spectacle though, and it lets the manga focus on something beyond just beating Grisha, saving people, doing something non-violent, showing it's still considerate of what it's trying to preach. With the help from his friends, Coleo gets a straight shot to Grisha and activates his very own sigil sorcery. What his sorcery does, Shishi Rinrin Loyal Lionheart, is it allows him to open up a space in someone's spirit or psyche so he can communicate. So there's still an attempt to converse, even if it devolves into a psyche battle where Coleo is joined with the spirits of Halo and Evan. It's not easy to understand each other. We're all different humans. We're different, so we clash. That's why we talk things out. But you don't listen to anybody. You just take liberties and hurt people. I love this line. It just kind of encapsulates everything Mama Yu is about. It might be a little surface level. It kind of tells you straight to your face, but I kind of admire that as well. we're different, we believe in different things, and that's ultimately going to lead to conflict. But we can talk to each other, we can try to hash things out. Maybe we won't reach a full resolution, but as long as we don't capitulate to hate, then maybe we can all get through this together.
Nah, I don't think that would.
Sadly, Grisha refuses to play the game. He doesn't engage at all. In this case, what can you do when you've reached out and get no response back? It's really this age-old dilemma when you're writing a story about violence or conflict of any kind. At some point, you reach a wall with someone where they won't listen. Maybe you'll find this unsatisfying, but I admire the attempt Mama Yu makes to meaningfully tackle conflict through the entire series.
It's one of those sayings, violence is not the answer, but it's never really off the table. All right, so I'm gonna stop from here because, well, if I keep going, I'm not gonna stop. So, we're gonna go and I guess play a little bit of Repo because I know people have been constantly asking, we're gonna play Repo, or so. So let's go do that. See where that takes us. No, rabbit. Let's not do a rabbit. Nah. Figure out something with this. Maybe a fox. Maybe that might work. Oh no. Or a bear. Bear. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Hello. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go play some Repo a little bit. We're gonna play on the gaming channel. If you guys care about that, it's called Artextric Games. It's in the description and all that stuff. So yeah, we're gonna go play Repo. I'm gonna take a break from this because this character design I was working on. This hunter class I was working on. I'll eventually get it to where I want it to be. It's just not there yet. Especially with the hair, I want to add a little bit more to the clothes. So she's wearing this weird bandage tank top. I was going to put like a jacket or something, a little bit more to that. I might add something more to it. It has to have like be a fancy base type. Her arm's a little too skinny. I might have to fix that too. But it's supposed to be like a fancy base hunter with a gun, but we'll add more to it tomorrow or so. So yeah, we're gonna go play Repo. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you guys for coming. For those who came for the art stuff. Don't worry, I'm still working on the animation. I'll work on that tonight a little bit more, whether on stream or not, so we can be ahead of schedule. And then once that's done, yeah, we'll be working on the other projects I mentioned from yesterday. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Have a good night for those who came for the art. We're going to go play Repo on Artextric Games. All right. Thank you for the live. No problem. Later, guys. Sorry for being late, but you can come watch us play Repo. It's on Artextric Games with a Z. It's in the description. If you want to follow that, you can. We're going to play that in 5 minutes. All right. Laters. Thank you. Laters. It's all right. I just watched your first video, long one. I loved it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. I'm out.